single 45-year-old woman and mother to 4 beautiful boys. I've also been homeless for the past 3 years. I struggled with addiction, which is how I became homeless. Thankfully, 3 of my children are adults, so I only had 1 young child to care for, and he was staying with my grandparents during my times being homeless. While living in my car and in a tent and even under a bridge, it was the hardest, darkest times of my life. I finally made a decision to surrender my addiction, and on October 5th, 2021, I went into the Sun Street programs in King City, and that's where I was lined up with the Housing Resource Center. And prior to that, I had also obtained a housing voucher through the grace of God, the emergency set-aside voucher, so I thought from there that finding housing would be simple, and little did I know it would not be. I was turned down by countless property management companies, and so here I am with a voucher and a company to back me up, and I'm still homeless. It was really, really hard to find a home. So then I decided, after graduating through the Sun Street Center programs, the HRC put me up into a hotel for 5 weeks, and then after that, I was once again homeless. So now I am not only sober, being homeless again, I'm on my own. Really hard to be living in your car and being able to go to work, to be able to provide for yourself. Where do you put your work clothes? Where do you get ready at? I decided to go to a shelter, a homeless shelter, and I was really uncomfortable with doing that, but it turned out being the best decision of my life. The Bay Area Share Center found me a home after a month of being there, and it was all because one landlord said yes and gave me a chance. And now I'm not homeless anymore. I've reunited with my children, and I couldn't be more grateful.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo, and I serve as the chair of the Lead Me Home Leadership Council, which oversees the continuum of care for Monterey and San Benito counties. I want to thank you for joining us this morning for this first ever Lead Me Home Summit on homelessness in our county. And we have over 500 elected officials, community, faith, neighborhood, nonprofit, and youth leaders registered for this virtual event. So this is just an outstanding turnout and reflects a tremendous interest in being part of solutions here at home. We hope that this will be an annual tradition and that it can be in person next year. I want to thank all the organizers who put today's event together, including our partners, the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, the Community Foundation of Monterey County, the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, the City of Salinas, and the County of Monterey, among others. After devising our 5-year plan to end homelessness a few months ago, our Lead Me Home Leadership Council Board directed that this summit be held to bring policymakers and community leaders together to get us on the same strategy page about this new plan and help us better support and inspire each other to carry out the needed work in every part of our counties. And we are honest with ourselves. This work is not easy. It takes courage and leadership, and it's not going to be solved overnight. But we recognize that we do need more homelessness champions that will be willing to go the short and long distance to reduce homelessness in our communities and to carry out the work with compassion, dignity, and respect for those we aim to help. A true measure of society is how we treat our most vulnerable, our homeless, our poor, and our marginalized. And I want to say that I'm so proud to work with many remarkable elected officials, nonprofit, and community leaders who have just elevated to that challenge. Together, we have made some great progress over the last 3 years, including our 5-year plan, the first ever Shared Homeless Navigation Center in Salinas, Casa Nochebuena in Seaside, the Good Night Inn Home Key Project in Salinas. And we have 5 more similar projects moving forward in Salinas and King City that will create hundreds of units of permanent supportive housing for our homeless in the next year or so. I want to also point out that the County of Monterey and the City of Salinas have worked closer than ever and have forged a close partnership to carry out solutions together. And it didn't happen by coincidence. We have been very intentional because we know that collaboration is key to getting things done. But we know that even with these significant benchmarks, there's still much to do. And there is much that each of you here today can directly be part of in terms of solutions. And to help us to continue to make strides forward in addressing the crisis here at home. We have an exciting list of speakers and panels for you today on some of the most pressing issues facing our communities. And we will be releasing the results of our biennial point-in-time count, which tells us the latest census count of residents experiencing homelessness in Monterey and San Benito counties. But it is also critical to the formula used to draw down millions in federal and state dollars to our communities and our cities. During our panels, questions can be asked in the chat, and our coalition and county staff will be monitoring them. And to get things started this morning, we have a very special guest speaker. I am proud to welcome the California Deputy Secretary of Homelessness, Dhakshike Wickrema. We are very proud to have you join us virtually in Monterey County. Bienvenida, and I'll pass the virtual mic over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for that kind welcome. And my deep gratitude to you, Supervisor Alejo, and to Supervisor Askew for your steadfast leadership and commitment to better serve Californians at risk of and experiencing homelessness. As you said, this issue needs champions, and it's clear to me from what you just said that there are many champions attending the summit today, and you and Supervisor Askew are two of them. I'd also like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants joining us today. On behalf of my boss, Secretary Lourdes Castro Ramirez, I also bring greetings on behalf of the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. And this is an entity within the state with several functions that drive towards what you mentioned, Supervisor, collaboration, statewide collaboration, and regional collaboration. One function is the convening and management of an actual interagency council that meets quarterly. Please do sign up for our public meetings. We welcome all of your attendance and participation. And this council is made up of 4 California Cabinet Secretaries. That's how seriously we are taking this, as well as 14 department heads. In addition, there are 2 leaders of community-based organizations who have been appointed by the state legislature. The Interagency Council is co-chaired by my boss, Secretary Lourdes Castro Ramirez, who leads the state's portfolio on housing and homelessness. And the other co-chair is Secretary Mark Galley, who leads the California Health and Human Services Agency. So you can see part of what we're trying to do is have these co-chairs provide the leadership and example around how the state can start collaborating across the sectors of housing, homelessness, health and human services, and start breaking down silos at the state level as well. To capture this intent and forge collaboration in a purposeful way, we also have an action plan for preventing and ending homelessness in California. An update will be released during the next public council meeting on September 1st. So we would be delighted to get feedback from local communities on our statewide action plan to prevent and end homelessness. Along with this aim of cross-sector collaboration, the California Interagency Council on Homelessness is also intentionally lifting up through our policy guidance, grant making, and convening authority, person-centered and evidence-based approaches, data-driven decision-making, and equity-focused outcomes. So I was pleased to see that similar principles are captured in the 5-year Lead Me Home plan. So congratulations. And this plan will be highlighted throughout the summit today. I encourage all the representatives from cities to think about how your particular skill sets can be lent to the goals and efforts outlined in the 5-year plan that you will hear more about. Whether it is your city's land use authority or your city's ability to partner and collaborate with public and private sectors, these are all ways you can collaborate across the spectrum to create more ways to help those who are experiencing homelessness. You should also be applauded for partnerships that have already borne fruit. As Supervisor Alejo mentioned, you have received regionally over $50 million in state home key funds for 4 sites, that's what I was told, 3 in Salinas and 1 in the city of King. So these are important interventions to really make sure, as we heard from the lady at the beginning of the summit, we really need to create more housing options for folks so that they can provide a place of stability and thriving. This region has also received $4 million in state encampment resolution funds in Salinas and over $2 million in state family challenge funds in Salinas. So you can see the state is trying to provide a spectrum of funding around prevention, homelessness response, whether that's interim housing or supportive services, and ultimately the permanent housing solutions that will help people exit homelessness. The good news is more state funds are going to be available to localities as the governor has retained his focus on homelessness and housing. So I encourage all of you and urge all of you, the time is really now to think through your collective next steps. All told, the budget that Governor Newsom signed at the end of June dedicated over $4.5 billion for housing and homelessness. I'll say that again. There's $4.5 billion over multiple years that was signed into law at the end of June. The state is going to continue to fund HomeKey. To date, in case this is of interest, the state HomeKey funds have funded over 10,000 housing units across the state. So that's a huge number, and we hope to do more of that. There are also more encampment resolution fund grants on the way, with the governor signing $300 million to expand encampment resolution funds this fiscal year. That NOFA should be released at the end of this year. And there's another $400 million that's dedicated to encampment resolution next fiscal year. So get ready, think about what kinds of projects you want to apply for, because all told over the next 2 years, there's $700 million in encampment resolution funds coming your way if you have good projects. There are also more homeless housing assistance and prevention program funds, also known as HAP funds, on the way. In addition to the $1 billion that's available in round 3 funds, applications were due on June 30th. So I know some of you already applied. HAP 4 funds will be due in the fall for another $1 billion statewide over another 5-year cycle. And the good news is the governor signed another $1 billion for a future round of HAP over another 5 years. So you can see there are 3 overlapping 5-year cycles of $1 billion coming to localities. As you think about collaboration, you should also be thinking about new Medi-Cal waiver opportunities and how the homelessness and housing systems can connect with the health systems and managed care plans. The state is now requiring managed care health plans to submit what they're calling local homeless plans as part of the Housing and Homelessness Incentive Program, or HIP. These HIP plans, if they're successful, have the potential to earn over $20 million to break down barriers between the homelessness and health sectors. So think about how the housing and homelessness system is connecting with the health plans. Collaboration between the housing, homelessness, and health sectors are also being called out in a new federal funding opportunity from HUD, which will provide over $300 million, including over $50 million for rural areas, to assist people living in unsheltered settings and connect them to housing and healthcare. So you can see forging these types of collaborations and braiding these funds at the federal, state, and local levels will only strengthen your ability to serve your constituents. It will take all of us working together, public, private, nonprofits, foundations, housed and unhoused, if we are going to make any progress to ensure that if Californians do experience homelessness, that episode is rare, brief, and non-recurring. So thank you all once again for participating today. I hope you leave here today full of hope, energized, ready to adopt the plan, ready to implement the plan, ready to roll your sleeves up and get to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo and Dhakshike, for your continued commitment to the homeless issues in California. And thank you everyone here for joining us. I'm excited to share with you all of the efforts that have been going on into addressing our homeless and housing crisis. Next slide. Next slide again. But before we get started, I wanted to share with you a little bit about me. I started off my career at Community Homeless Solutions and Central Coast HIV/AIDS Services a little over 10 years ago. I also worked at Catholic Charities of the Diocese of Monterey and landed at the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers in 2016. When I was hired at the coalition, I was tasked to stand up the Coordinated Assessment and Referral System, also known as CARS, and learn to collect and report data to the federal and state governments. At the coalition, I've held other positions like data analyst and also the Continuum of Care program manager. I learned through that path how important data was to inform our decisions. And in February 2020, I stepped into the role of executive officer. And effective July 18th, I will start my new role as the Monterey County Homeless Services Director. You may have noticed that my role as the executive officer of the coalition was unlike any of my predecessors because about 1 month after my appointment, the COVID-19 pandemic changed the world. Needless to say, it was a wild ride. With the homeless service provider network getting pummeled with outbreaks and shortages of staff, or the people living outside having no idea what was going on, or no way to social distance, or even do simple things like wash their hands for 20 seconds under hot water. Bathrooms were shut down, transportation was shut down, doctors were only doing e-visits, people didn't have access to the internet. So that meant that there was no access to medications, no access to testing, no access to vaccinations. Faster than ever before, it became clear just how vulnerable people experiencing homelessness really are. And if it wasn't for the continuum of care, many people wouldn't have access to the bare necessities just to get by. And I hope that today I can help you all understand homelessness just a little bit better by the end of this presentation. Next slide. I'm sorry, can we go back to the previous slide? Thank you so much. So what is a continuum of care, right? I think that many of you have heard the word continuum of care or COC, and sometimes the coalition is used interchangeably with that term. So I just wanted to clarify today what a COC is. A continuum of care is a collective body of stakeholders and service providers who work together to coordinate services for people experiencing homelessness. There are 461 COCs in the country and 44 in the state of California. About 25% of California COCs are run by nonprofit organizations, and many are looking into moving towards that model. In Monterey and San Benito counties, the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers serves as the lead agency and collaborative applicant for the COC. And the Leadership Council, which you heard Supervisor Alejo bring up, is the governing body. The COC lead agency has many responsibilities, but the big ones include collecting, analyzing, and reporting data on the homeless service provider network's performance, and the demographics and trends of clients accessing and requesting services. We do this through the Homeless Management Information System, the biennial unsheltered point in time count, and the annual sheltered count and housing inventory count. We also seek funding to support and grow the homeless response network and monitor contract compliance for state and federally funded programs. One of the things that we do and have been working on quite a bit is that we work to break down the barriers between historically siloed institutions so that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. So to be clear, the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers is exactly that. We are a coalition. We are not direct service providers. We're here more like strategists, okay? Next slide. So the Leadership Council, again, the COC governing body, has 2 categories of seats. Category 1 seats are appointed and are tied to a position rather than a person. In this category, our governance structure holds a position for 4 Monterey County city mayors, which is appointed by the Mayor's Association, a Monterey County supervisor, the Health Department, Department of Social Services, Monterey County Office of Education, the Monterey County Managed Care Provider, which is in our case, Central Coast Alliance on Health. And in my new role as the Monterey County Homeless Services Director, I will have an appointed seat as well. We also have appointed seats for representatives of San Benito County, the city of San Juan Bautista, and Hollister. Supervisor Luis Alejo has chaired the Leadership Council alongside Vice Mayor Cesar Flores of San Juan Bautista for several years. Next slide. Category 2 seats are rotating seats, and they're filled with the help of a recruitment committee. These seats are strategically filled to ensure a well-balanced representation of organizations and people that serve this population. We also have 2 seats for people with lived experience, one of which will be given to a member of the Youth for Action Board. Next slide. So now that you have a general idea of who is working on this problem, I want to tell you a little bit about how we are working on it. In 2020, there we go again with that year, Monterey County Department of Health, Monterey County Department of Social Services and Behavioral Health, the City of Salinas's Community Development Department, San Benito County's Health and Human Services, and the COC worked together to create the Lead Me Home Plan, which was approved by the Leadership Council in July 2021. All of those bodies have also adopted the plan, including the City of King. Next slide. We went into this partnership in agreement that we didn't want a plan that was just going to sit on the shelf. We wanted an action-oriented plan that was informed by local data and that it was housing focused and that it also lifted up the voices of people with lived experience. We wanted to make sure that it was equitable and embedded with dignity and respect. The process took an entire year to complete. Next slide. The components of the data collection phase was pretty intense. We dished out an initial report that took a snapshot of what our system currently looked like. We then moved into analyzing the system's performance and took time to really understand the housing gaps in our community. We did over 30 interviews with key stakeholders and held 6 community input sessions on various topics regarding homelessness, from emergency shelters to services for people living unsheltered. We then went through modeling different scenarios and used all of that data to inform the new plan. Next slide. Through the modeling process, we were able to identify a pathway to reduce homelessness by 50% by June 2026. But in order to make that happen, we will have to work together. Next slide. There are 3 overarching strategies to reach our goal. The first one is to increase participation in homelessness solutions by leaders and stakeholders across the region. That's why you're all here today. The second one is to improve the system's performance. And the third one is to expand services to people living unsheltered. Next slide. You may have noticed that we had just completed year 1 of the plan. The next few slides, we will talk about the actions that have been taken. Next slide. So remember, strategy area number 1 is to increase participation of local stakeholders and leaders. Next slide. Again, welcome to the Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness. In the earlier stages of planning for the summit, we originally thought to only host it for elected officials and city or county staff. But as we continued with the plan, it became very clear that the community as a whole could benefit from this summit. On this call today, we have representatives from the state, congressional staff, supervisors, council members, schools, nonprofits, counties, city staff, developers, reporters, people with lived experience, people currently experiencing homelessness, house neighbors. The registration was at 557 the last time I checked. The turnout today shows that the community as a whole wants to learn more and wants to lean in. And let me tell you something about me. I'm from here. I am from Seaside, California. I even have a seahorse tattooed on me. I remember when our area code was 408 and that Costco and Target shopping center that we all take for granted, it didn't even exist. One thing that I love about my community is when we show up, we show out. And I just want to thank you again for showing up today, not for me or for the people who are working on this, but for the people who are experiencing homelessness. I went to elementary school with some of them, and they need our help. We did a few other notable things, like formed a youth action board and established them as an official committee of the Leadership Council and gave them a voting position on the council as well. We reestablished the Housing Pipeline Committee, which is working in partnership with the Housing Authority to challenge the fair market rates in Monterey County, because landlords usually won't, and they don't have to take vouchers for less than the going rate of rentals. We have a huge gap, right? The rents here require many people to make over $100,000 a year. And the reality is inside of our community, most of us don't do that. Next slide. We hosted a slew of trainings, not only to homeless services providers, but to other sectors like health and juvenile justice. We also established the first ever funders committee, where all of the local funders work together to strategize funding so that it is maximized. We work on policies together, and you'll learn a little bit more about that in a few slides following this portion. And during the 2022 point in time count, we paid people with lived experience to assist not just with the count like we historically have, but also with helping us develop the plan and the strategy. Next slide. It gets really good when it comes to strategy number 2, which is to improve the homelessness response system's performance. Next slide. Our community has significantly increased funding through various funding streams, some tied directly to the pandemic, others tied to the state's tidal wave of funding and HUD's competitive notice of funding opportunities. The city of Salinas took lead by going after super competitive funds like the state's Encampment Resolution Fund and Home Keys and the Family Homelessness Challenge Grant, and they kept getting awarded. There was $52 million of homeless prevention that entered into our community, which was administered by the United Way in partnership with many, many, many nonprofits. The city of King was a second jurisdiction to take an aggressive counterattack to homelessness when they went for and was awarded home key funds to purchase a motel and turn it into permanent supportive housing. Community Homeless Solutions and BACS was both awarded funds to provide services for pets at their shelters. Next slide. And vouchers are so important to long-term housing for people who can't afford to live in today's market. We have 2 major issues in our area. The first is that we need more. And the second is we need someone to actually accept them. The Housing Authority significantly increased the number of tenant-based vouchers they had through the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, the Foster Youth for Independence Program, and HUD Fast Vouchers. It was well over 400 vouchers in total that was increased during the pandemic. And remember those home key projects that I was just talking about? Guess what? They're going to be accepting the vouchers after renovations are complete. So you see, that's the thing. We took time to understand the problems, and when resources became available, we already knew what needed to be done. Next slide. We also knew that we needed to change our ways of thinking because old ways simply wasn't working. We knew that we had to meet people where they are, understanding their barriers and adjusting the entire system to remove those barriers. We started providing case management services directly into encampments. Gone are the days of outreaching, giving people business cards, and expecting them to come to our offices. Our outreach teams are made up of real case managers with housing navigation services. Case managers that will help people get their vital documents together and will get them vouchers straight from encampments. We're creating a special coordinated entry system just for transition-aged youth because we learned during the 100-day challenge that youth require a tailored system if we really want to address the barriers that they face. And over the past year, people with lived experience has helped us create requests for proposals, and they have been a part of our ranking and reviewing process to help us identify which programs will get funded. Next slide. I don't think I can express this enough. We had to understand the problem to address it and break down the systemic barriers that are here today. And in order to do that, we did things like work with the Middlebury Institute of International Studies to evaluate the coordinated entry system, which is locally known as CARS. Many of you guys are familiar with the term CARS. CARS is a coordinated entry system, and that's the name locally. This evaluation highlighted areas of improvement. So in upcoming months, the COC will start a complete overhaul of the coordinated entry system to address those issues that were outlined in that evaluation. We established performance metrics and policies, created operational guidelines for shelters, conducted racial disparities analysis, and started working on a diversity, equity, and inclusion framework in partnerships with other COCs across the nation. Next slide. And finally, we started ramping up services to people who are living unsheltered. Next slide. In addition to the mobile case management, our community placed porta potties and hand sanitation stations, started working to address rat infestations, and is working on expanding street medicine and safe parking options. Even better, all of the outreach programs from different agencies meet with the coalition and the city of Salinas every 2 weeks to strategize and maximize services. Next slide. Our community increased the amount of outreach substantially this past year. The city of Salinas stood up their own team, which goes by SORT. CHE, Community Human Services, Dorothy's Place, Access Support Network, Downtown Street Teams, and Interim Inc. all work together to ensure that no areas are going unserved. And if you're a concerned citizen and would like to request outreach services to an encampment, the coalition has a page on our website where you can do exactly that, and we will coordinate the deployment of an outreach team. Outreach teams have been the key to our 2022 point in time count. They know where people are, how many people are living with them, and we're able to get them testing and vaccinations in partnership with other organizations like All in Monterey, Natividad Hospital, Clinica de Salud, and CAP RX. And if there's any agencies that I didn't mention, please accept my apologies. As you can tell, so much has been going on in this past 1 year, and it's a challenge on its own to keep up with it all. I also wanted to highlight the members of the coalition. It's made up of 23 agencies, which represent the vast majority of homeless services providers in our COC's region. Our former board president, Anna Folia from Sun Street Centers, led our board into writing a position paper on encampment cleanups, And I encourage you all to read it on our website under the About Us dropdown. Next slide. So this is where it gets really good. If you're not paying attention, you would want to right now. You may be asking, is it worth it? Is it worth the stress and the long hours? Let's find out. Next slide. Absolutely. In 2022, our point in time was a little different because we canceled the 2021 point in time count due to the pandemic. But we had already been planning that count for months. And we were authorized by HUD to change it and do it in 2022, which meant we had well over 1 year to plan it out. We had more volunteers in the history of counting. So many that we ended up turning down volunteers because all of the regions were covered. We have been tracking encampments since the decennial census and has had soft counts leading up to the actual days of the count. And yes, you heard it right. We counted over 2 days with permission from HUD. We decided to concentrate on the 2 distinct regions of Monterey County, with Salinas to Carmel on 1 day, and all of the rest of rural Monterey County on the 2nd day. We had elected officials, city managers, police officers, firefighters, everybody was in on that count. And the final result is the lowest count in the history of us counting. At 2,047, we saw a decrease of 15% from the 2019 census. Next slide. And we saw it all across the board. I think there's only 1 city that had an increase, but our entire county did well, even in the unincorporated and rural areas. I'm going to sit on this slide for a second because I know there's a lot of folks on here who want to take a look and see the city's numbers. These are going to actually be posted on our website. You can visit that today. It's up right now at chsp.org. And yes, I saw somebody said, is the population going down? It is. Next slide. So in conclusion, I'm sorry, of the total number of 690, of the total number of people, 690 were actually inside, being served by one of our service providers, and 1,357 were outside. And of those who were outside, 47% were literally outdoors, 28% were in tents, and 17% were in their cars. 5% were in their abandoned buildings, and if you're from here, we have many, and 3% were living in their RVs. And one thing we hear all of the time is people aren't from here, but guess what? Yes, they are. Most of them are. 83% of them say they were housed in Monterey County before they became homeless. This actually went up since the last census that was released. And the state of California has a data exchange called the Homeless Data Information System. And all of the COCs are uploading our data so we can cross-analyze if people are actually bouncing around between the state, and they're not. 80% is pretty consistent across the state. So these are, again, like I said earlier, these are our neighbors. Our kids go to school with their parents and with them. I went to school with them, I've worked with them, and I have been one of them. Next slide. So in conclusion, what we have learned is that we do, in fact, make a difference when we work together, and that homelessness can actually be solved. I hear it a lot. You'll never solve homelessness. I will never end homelessness, maybe, but we can certainly solve it. So solving homelessness means that when someone first lands into homelessness, we have an intervention ready for them. That's what that means. Because life is life. Things happen. People die, husbands die, wives die, breadwinners die, parents die. We end up fleeing from domestic violence. In general, 20% of people experiencing homelessness have experienced domestic violence. So if we just have an intervention for those people, then we are doing much better than we ever have. If we also listen to people experiencing homelessness, we can learn a lot about what we're doing wrong. And once we know what is wrong, it is our responsibility to fix it. And when we fix it, we have to be intentional and act with urgency. And there is no time better than now to do something about it. Next slide. So now it's your turn. The rest of the summit will teach you more about our homeless neighbors and how we can help. We hope to inspire you all to join the fight. Next slide. All right, so let's do this. I would like to introduce you to Genevieve Lucas-Conwell, the coalition's incoming executive director. I am excited to see Genevieve take us into the next year of the 5-year plan and keep this needle moving forward. I couldn't think of anyone better to do it. Thank you all again. Genevieve?
Thank you, Roxanne. What sweet words. I appreciate you, and thanks for sharing everything that you have shared today. Before we move on to the next panel, it looks like we have a little bit of time left. So Roxanne, I saw that you turned off your video. I'm actually going to ask that if you can put on your video, I'm going to ask you one of the questions from the chat. So Ezra Lambert asked, do we know the exact reason why the number of people experiencing homelessness has gone down? Is it possible that a lack of access to healthcare results in death as a factor? Asking because of the epidemic of evictions would lead me to assume the population of unhoused folks would increase, not decrease. Could you speak to that a little bit more, Roxanne?
I can't believe I'm still forgetting to unmute after almost 3 years. So yeah, actually I can. There was $52 million of homeless prevention that entered into our community during the pandemic. So that slowed down the pipeline into homelessness. We also can account for all of the efforts that went into rapid rehousing. There are many agencies that got funded to do rapid rehousing, which is like Central Coast Center for Independent Living, also known as CECIL, Housing Resource Center, Community Human Services, and Community Homeless Solutions. There are agencies who didn't do rapid rehousing as a service intervention that did, that started to do that in this past year. We have definitely been paying attention. You know, it's hard to gauge exactly how much money came into this community because of the different things that it could be spent on. But ultimately, what we saw from the state and from the feds is that we slowed down that pipeline into homelessness, and we were aggressive at getting people off the streets during the pandemic. We don't talk about it much throughout this presentation, but there were projects like Room Key. We talk about Home Key a lot, but Project Room Key, our Project Room Key was so incredible because we had brought together the full force of the service provider network for Project Room Key 2.0. We had some of the highest performing numbers in the entire state when we did that. I think that we do keep track of when somebody is engaged with the service provider network and we later find out that they had passed away. There's no way for us to identify if it was because of COVID related issues, if they did pass away, but I do not believe that the reason why the numbers went down is because people passed away. Actually, what I do know is that because of those sanitation stations, because of the efforts of getting testing, we had reoccurring testing and encampments. there was actually weren't as many outbreaks as we thought that we were going to see at the beginning of the pandemic. I think our service provider network had done an incredible job and broke their backs during the pandemic. It was really hard to watch and it was really hard to be a part of. But I think that the real reason why it went down is because we worked together and the pandemic had brought us together in ways that we've never been brought together.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to answer one of those questions. And with that, I believe we will be moving to the next panel, which is debunking the myth of homelessness, the people behind the numbers. I want to thank again Roxanne for painting an image around how folks are experiencing homelessness in Monterey County. This next panel coming up, we're ready to really dive into the people behind those numbers. It's easy to jump to conclusions of what homelessness looks like, but the reality is there's a wide spectrum of the types of people who experience homelessness. In this next session, we will be meeting with Donna Smith from the Monterey County Office of Education to talk about student homelessness, Stacy Alzabler-Perkins from the Gathering for Women to talk about seniors and women, and Angela De Novella to talk about families and people who are undocumented. We will be starting off with Donna from the Monterey County of Education. Donna, there have been reports of over 10,000 homeless students throughout Monterey County. Can you please help everyone understand the difference between what Roxanne just reported and what the Monterey County of Education has been reporting?
Yes, so good morning. So the criteria that school districts and charter schools and other organizations that support children is based on the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, specifically under Subtitle 7. So each public school, charter school, preschool, state preschool, Head Start distributes a housing questionnaire at the beginning of every school year and again halfway through the school year. And this document is used to help us identify children and youth experiencing homelessness. And after they're identified, then we look at the criteria also given to us by McKinney-Vento that says that homeless children and youth are defined by if they are lacking a fixed, regular, or adequate nighttime residence. And this definition is, these are some of the ways that we look at where they're living. So if they're living in a hotel or a motel, shelters, if their nighttime residence is in a place that's not designed for living, if they're living in cars, parks, public spaces, abandoned buildings, and also children and youth who are sharing the housing of other people due to loss of housing or economic hardship or a similar reason. So that's how the school districts identify homeless children and youth based on that criteria.
Thank you, Donna. I really appreciate it. Stacy, your organization, Gathering for Women, is one of a kind on the peninsula, and we know it has served many women these past few years. Can you tell us more about the women you are serving? Stacy, would you be able to unmute yourself? Thank you.
Just like Roxanne. Can't get used to that. Thank you so much for allowing me to be on this panel. Gathering for Women is a day center in Monterey focused on the daytime needs of homeless and housing insecure women. Our work is rooted in the belief that every single one of us deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. At our day center, we provide a caring community where women can receive warm, nutritious meals, hot showers, clean clothing and toiletries, participate in enrichment programs like meditation, mindful journaling, and yoga, and of course, case management and connections to resources on their pathway out of homelessness. The past 3 years, we've averaged 400 unique women annually. Since January of this year, we've already served 292 women, 66 of whom were new to us. Many people are surprised by those numbers, telling me that they rarely see homeless women. That's because they're some of the most vulnerable in our community. They blend in as best they can, some for their own protection, some because they're embarrassed to be seen by their family and friends. I remember when I first started, I saw one of our guests walking toward the Portola Hotel late afternoon, dressed like a soccer mom, dragging a suitcase behind her thanks to our clothes closet. If I hadn't recognized her, I would have thought she was just another tourist. There are so many misperceptions and stereotypes. Some people tell me they think people come from here from other areas. The reality is a vast majority of our guests, over 76%, are longtime residents of the peninsula, and 30% are longtime residents of Monterey. 22% are longtime residents of Seaside and Sand City. You might also be surprised to learn that over 50% of our guests are over the age of 50. Of that, 32% are over 60, and 7.5% are in their 70s. Our oldest currently is 85, and prior to that was 92. The experts are now predicting the number of elderly homeless will triple by 2030. They could be your mother and your grandmother, or it could be me, a lifetime nonprofit professional with a master's degree who just in the past few months has been able to start putting money into a pension. While I can't claim to relate to what our guests go through living unsheltered, the fear, the distress, the toll on what it takes on them, I can relate to having to choose between eating a meal and paying for a roof over my head during a difficult period of my life. Recently, our landlord informed us that our rent would go up $50 a month. It went up $50 a month last year too. An annual increase of $600 might not seem like a lot, but it could represent the cost of tires to get you to your job every day. The COVID pandemic hit women the hardest. Between those providing care for sick family members or accessing online education for their children and those working in the hospitality industry, 80% of new employment claims in 2020 were women. Now with costs rising astronomically and everything from gas to bread being more expensive, recent estimates indicate 41% of employed people living in the US are one paycheck away from a crisis. As you saw in the point in time count, 61% of homeless individuals are living with a disability. If you live on a set income from disability or Social Security, it's becoming harder and harder to make ends meet. If you're one of our guests, your average income is just over $8,000 annually. The average monthly rent in Monterey is $2,450. There's no way our guests can afford that. And yes, there is mental illness and addiction among some of our guests, just like there is hidden behind closed doors in homes throughout our region. It's just more visible. It's easy to judge when everything is out in the open. Someone recently said to me, imagine your worst day when all you can think about is getting home, putting up your feet and having a glass of wine. That's their day every day. I'm a dog lover, but I often wonder why we're so concerned with making sure a dog has adequate shelter, but condemn the people among us who don't have access to it. I have a challenge for you. The next time you're out for a walk, take a look around you and see if you can find a place where you would feel safe falling asleep at night. Homelessness is a housing problem, and we all deserve a safe place to live. I often think, there but for the grace of God go I. We have to do better, and we have to do it together.
Thank you, Stacey, for those powerful words. Angela, Catholic Charities supports an array of individuals throughout multiple counties. Can you speak to the unique challenges and barriers that undocumented families and individuals encounter when accessing services?
Yes, thank you again for having me here and participating in this panel. Yes, so we serve families and individuals who are documented and undocumented through Santa Cruz, Monterey, San Benito, and San Luis Obispo. And yes, we serve everyone regardless of their faith and background. We provide basic needs to support people to regain their stabilities, and we provide different services throughout the different counties. Like emergency rental assistance applying to food and healthcare benefits like coverage and medical, wildfire relief, immigration and citizenship services. And of course, we help people connecting to other services in our community. We partner with many agencies that are here today. So thank you for participating here and for collaborating with us. And I think before going there, I think there's two myths that are important to address, especially when we talk about undocumented neighbors that live in our area and throughout the US too, but specifically in our area, is that people believe that undocumented people are in this country not working, when actually 88% of the undocumented people that we serve are here employed, particularly in our area, in the two largest economic sectors like agriculture and tourism. Most times they even have 2 jobs at a time, working in agriculture, hospitality, in the restaurant business, gardening, landscaping, cleaning industry, but they just can't afford the basic needs to live in our area. And the second part, the second piece that I think is important that we address is that the common belief that undocumented people are taking advantage of the system, quote unquote, because they think they are on public benefits, and we know, and I feel like I'm speaking to the choir here, but undocumented people are not eligible for cash benefits in this country. And some of the main barriers that they face are, and Roxanne had addressed it, and so are my fellow colleagues here in this panel, is really the housing cost and the cost of living. Just to paint the picture, the families that we serve have a minimum wage job, and they earn about $2,400, and we know that the cost of one-bedroom apartment here is about $1,800, and this is just for a one-bedroom apartment. And we know also that the living wage here in Monterey is about $21.50 for one single adult. And we're talking about, again, people making minimum wage. The second barrier that they face, or we all face, is knowledge. Some people might qualify for a path to a work permit in the US, but they really don't know. And by the time they know it, it may be too late to submit their application because their timeline has lapsed. And the third barrier is really affordability of these services. We Catholic Charities provide our services free of cost or low cost for our legal and immigration and citizenship services, but the client still needs to pay the UCIS fees. And for a simple case can be about $1,200 for a single application. And you multiply that by different applications and different steps throughout the application, it really it adds up. So it's really hard and difficult for people to afford even going through this path. And of course, the fear of deportation and child services, so they tend to stay in the shadows and not come out for services. And when they, and sometimes it's hard also to find services that are compatible with the languages. We understand and we know that a lot of our that are people, undocumented people in our area might be speaking Spanish, but the reality is that there's many languages that we also work with, and they're indigenous languages in Mexico and also Central America. We're starting to see more and more people speaking Pashto and Dari coming from Afghanistan and from other areas that are here. And lastly, the pandemic was really devastating for the undocumented sector, because the industry that they were working on were precisely the ones that were hit the hardest. And also not to mention that they were also the industries with the highest rate of infection for COVID and getting sick. So we found a lot of our clients really being unable to work and be getting really sick. And for years, we have been working with undocumented families who are living at times in really substandard housing situation. One of my first eye-opening cases 11 years ago, when I first started working at Catholic Charities, was really a group of 3 families with a total of 12 members sharing a 2-bedroom apartment in Greenfield. And that really hit home. It really hit home. It's hard to imagine a picture of a 2-bedroom apartment with 12 people, children and seniors. And of course, they were not alone. After that, I learned that was the reality of the area that we live. And recently, what we have started seeing is a new trend. Is really people can't even afford living in those substandard situations, and they find themselves living in different encampments throughout Salinas, Romans, and King City, with children and seniors living in shacks or tents that have no running water or electricity, and they're employed. They're working here. They're employed in the 2 largest industries in our area. So I think that's a lot of work to do, and I'm glad to be part of this collaborative and part of being the solution. And I think there's an opportunity here where we'll see more of services and needing the opportunity to work together, as Roxanne was saying, and so my colleagues also here. So thank you.
Thank you, Angela. So we have a couple of questions in the chat that I'm going to take some time to ask you all. Donna, there is one specifically for you. So what is the percentage of youth experiencing homelessness in Monterey County? And Donna, if I can just ask you to unmute yourself. Thank you.
So it's a difficult question to answer, and I'll tell you why. So we collect data about our students, whether or not they're experiencing homelessness, throughout the entire school year. And that's put into a student information system at each school district and charter school. And it's collected, you know, people come in and out of homelessness throughout the year, our students do. Sometimes they are chronically homeless, sometimes it's temporary. But once a student is identified as homeless, then they remain homeless the entire school year in our database, and that's per law, okay? At the end of the year, we look at all of the data, and that's where we get our numbers. So for example, the 2021 school year, we had identified 10,514 homeless children and youth in Monterey County, which, you know, is about 10%, right? Depending on how many kids are enrolled in school. So it's a large number, and keeping in mind that these are students that are living in multiple different arrangements, right? So the majority of our students in our school districts and charter schools fall into the category of doubled up. And people say, well, is that really homeless? According to the law, it is, and there's a reason for that, because if you're doubled up and you're a student, it is very difficult to find a place to concentrate. There may be many people living in a very small area. And so what we do as a school district is we provide resources and services to support that child's educational journey, right? So every school district and charter school has a liaison, a homeless liaison, and they are responsible for identifying the students and then providing resources and services to help them get through their educational journey successfully. So every year it fluctuates. This year, we don't know this year yet. We put all of our information into a state system called CalPAD. And once that is released, then I gather that information every single year. So sometimes it's more around 9,000. That one year was, like I said, over 10,000. So it was pretty significant.
Thank you, Donna.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question for the whole panel, and I'll just go from left to right on my screen. But we have another question from the question and answers box, and it asks from Kate Daniels. I'm curious how stable the reduction in the point in time count is from your perspective. It sounds like there has been an increase in guests at your facility. Have you experienced any other worrisome signs, such as reduction in finding housing for guests in your programs? Stacy, I'll go with you first.
In answer to Kate, I would say we are actually seeing an increase in the number of definitely insecure people, but also homeless women. And it's very worrisome to me. I think that I'm not sure if that's a symptom of becoming better known in the community, or if that's an actual increase of the numbers of people becoming homeless. But I think it's a very big concern, and I'm not sure that the point in time count encapsulated that, because I believe that the recent recession followed all that, the point in time, and the cost of living is just increasing astronomically.
Thank you, Stacy. Angela.
I think it's a complex issue that it has evolved. So I feel like, yes, during the pandemic, we might have seen a reduction on homelessness because during that time, hotels were closed, and as Roxanne mentioned, there was a lot of movement to kind of recapture and rehouse a lot of participants who were out on the streets and provide temporary shelter. In our experience, we have seen that wave. I think it was contained for a bit, and then now that the economy is back to some normalcy, we're starting to see more and more clients coming to our doors for, rental assistance and utility assistance. We provided more than almost $800,000 during the pandemic on homeless prevention assistance, and of course that was a temporary solution, which we don't have any longer. So I feel like it is a wave that in a trend that I think right now that's why it's important that we put in place systems that are going to affect the long term and avoid that dip again. But honestly, it has to do with, yes, with housing prices and where we stand and the cost of living. So this is really a very complex issue, as you all know. But in our experience, in what I have seen in our agencies, that shift and waves. So I hope that answered the question. But I'm happy to continue the conversation.
Yes, thank you, Angela. And Donna, what's your take?
So, I agree. I'll see what our counts are this year to see how the economy has impacted our families. And, I do know that as a school, there's many things we try to do to really support the students, regardless of, what their situation is. And we do offer them many resources and services. And that does include immediate enrollment, referring students for health care, medical care of any kind. We offer transportation services to and from school, even if students move out of the area, but are allowed to continue in their school of origin, making sure they have that consistency in education. We provide materials and supplies for school, hygiene kits if necessary. They have immediate enrollment in before school, after school programs, priorities in any kind of services that we offer. We also assist with substance abuse services, housing services. And another area that we're spending more and more time with is our unaccompanied homeless youth, which continues to rise a little bit at a time. And either it's rising or we're just becoming better at identifying. But that population, of course, needs special services because they're unaccompanied and they're homeless. And so we want to make sure that they have consistency in their education and getting all the support that they need.
Thank you, Donna. There was an excellent comment in the chat that mentioned that everyone is housing ready. As we see from the point in time count and from the work on the ground, homelessness is a complex problem as we are complex humans. That does not change when somebody does not have shelter. And I'm curious if y'all can kind of speak a little bit more to the housing readiness that folks feel when they are in your individual programs, and kind of breaking down a little bit more of those myths that are really kind of represented when folks think of homelessness. And I will start off with Angela.
Sorry, Genevieve, could you rephrase or repeat your question?
Absolutely. So really what I would like for us to kind of dig into a little bit more, and I think you all did a really good job of articulating how folks are ready to get housed. I would ask, how can you expand on that a little bit more? What is the biggest barrier for housing right now that is stopping people from getting into permanent supportive housing?
I think housing cost, and living wages. I think it is that, and what we see again in our clients are people who have who are working, like they're really working 2 jobs and just can't make it. And even if they're no, and I want to make a difference, right? Like I made I focus on undocumented during my question, but we serve everyone, undocumented and documented, and we see that it's across the board, and people are working, people are just not making it. That's bottom line. Like there's not enough housing that can support our population and the cost that can be available for everyone. So yeah, I think it comes down to that. It's the affordability, and of course for the undocumented groups that I was mentioning, is having an opportunity to really have that step up to become, or having a path to a work permit or a U.S. citizen if they qualify for it. And the barrier is really cost again. It really boils down to cost and money. So because we know that there are people who are eligible and qualify for that path, they just can't afford it. Either they pay for food or they pay for their path to legal citizenship.
You know, Genevieve, speaking on behalf of the parents and families on that same topic, another barrier is affordable childcare, right? So we have a lot of parents who have children who are not school age, and childcare is extremely expensive. And so that is becoming a bigger barrier. I'm getting asked more and more questions about affordable childcare so parents can go to work and afford to find a place to live, right? And but that's another issue. And then of course, preschools, affordable preschools, they do fill up quickly. So I think more care and affordable care for our younger children who are not in school would be important to allow parents to go to work and therefore support getting an apartment or a home.
Thank you for adding that point. Stacey, what's your take?
So for us, as I said before, a lot of our guests are either have a disability or they're older and they're not able to work. So they have a very limited income. And so I think that's a barrier for them. But additionally, I think housing stock and the rent costs in our local area, as well as the fact that there are very limited housing vouchers. I think we have about 3 guests right now with housing vouchers out of, what did I say, 292. That's not going to get us very far. And so I'm not sure what the solution is. I know we've got this plan that we're working towards, but there are so many barriers to all of it, particularly on the peninsula, I think.
Thank you. We will end with one last question. I would love for you all to tell the audience here what does community support look like, and what would you leave the community here with in how they themselves can support our unhoused neighbors? Donna?
So on behalf of all of our districts and charter schools, community involvement is really, really important. And we've been working really hard to build those relationships. And it's because of our partnerships with different community organizations that we're able to offer more and more services for our children and youth. So all of the organizations that are involved in the COC, I know we have partnerships depending on which district. We all have partnerships in one way or another, whether it's for food, backpacks and school supplies, or in healthcare. All of these organizations work with our school district to provide services that we cannot provide. So we're very grateful, and it is very important to have those involvements, those community partnerships.
Thank you. Stacey?
I think the community, as much as they can, to get involved and advocate and support organizations that are out here doing the work, whether that's volunteering or donating or giving of your time in some other way, attending council meetings, just being really present and really supportive of the people that are human beings just like us. And I think individually, when you see a homeless person, treat them with respect and dignity. I think that's really, really important.
Thank you. Angela.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for those insights, Stacy and Donna. I agree. I think the community involvement with all of us working together and really seeing eye to eye to the problem and the issues that we have in front of us and treat people with respect and dignity. We all are human and we all deserve that. So that's a big step. And yeah, working together as both as a community of agencies, as a community of individuals, be present with each other and be present with us. Everybody's welcome to come here. I'm available. I can drop my contact information if you would like to find out more about our work or be a partner agency. We work with many agencies already here. But yeah, it takes a whole village to address this issue. So thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists. We appreciate you all for being here and really highlighting the stories of the folks that are experiencing homelessness. As we talked about before, it's not one size fits all for the situations that people are coming into, and all of you providing a really individualized context as to what your clients are going through really helps to continue this conversation today. So thank you all so much. The next panel that we have is going to be illustrating the youth homelessness problem that will be moderated by Paula Chavez. Paula Chavez is the housing navigator at CSU MBEP and is a Salinas resident, or is a Salinas recent resident who attended San Jose State University, majoring in political science. Paula has been in the social work field for 5 years and feels lucky to have worked with the homeless community as a case manager, an outreach worker, and now a housing navigator with CSU MBEP. Paula has worked with multiple populations, including unaccompanied homeless youth. Paula will be moderating a panel with 2 of the coalition staff members, Grant Tuity, who is the lead data analyst, as well as Kai Reynolds, the Continuum of Care Program Manager. Paula, Grant, Kai, welcome.
Thank you so much for the intro, Jen. We appreciate it. So as Jen mentioned, I was born and raised in Monterey County. Never would have I ever thought our community had a youth experiencing homelessness. Unfortunately, this is our reality. And in this context, youth refers to individuals under 25 who are not accompanied by a parent or legal guardian, but can be parenting or pregnant. Grant, how many youth are homeless in Monterey County?
Thank you for the introduction, Paula. As Donna Smith mentioned, total count of youth is somewhat difficult to obtain. We use a couple different databases to kind of cross-reference this number. And as Paula mentioned, in this context, we're focusing on unaccompanied youth. During the point in time count, we do a targeted special count for this number. And in this year, we counted 233 unaccompanied youth in Monterey County, with 93% of them living unsheltered. While this is still an unacceptable number, it is 28% lower than the number that we counted in 2019. In 2019, we counted about 324 unaccompanied youth. This decrease is a great thing that we were able to accomplish. And one of the reasons we attributed to this decrease is the work that our community did during the Youth 100-Day Challenge.
Thank you for bringing that up, Grant. In 2020, I was part of the first outreach team that served unaccompanied youth from the ages of 18 to 24 throughout Monterey County. During this experience, I was involved in a movement that captured and revolutionized the youth sector known as the 100-Day Challenge. The objective for this challenge was to identify a stable housing situation for the unaccompanied homeless youth while assessing their needs through linkages and referrals. This in itself presented new opportunities for our community to grow as it analyzed the quality and functionality of our services for the youth. Presenting issues led us to inquire about the disconnect between the services and the needs, the change in inclusivity needed in the structure, and the importance of continuous collective efforts. As I reflect on this, a youth comes to mind. John Doe was kicked out of his home in South County. Although our program serves the entire Monterey County, services in South County are extremely scarce, so we relocated the youth to a shelter in Chinatown. It was the only accessible shelter, and given that he didn't have any form of identity, was a male, any other shelter was not an option. Our concern was identifying a space where John Doe can rest, yet when we met with the individual the next day, he disclosed that he was stabbed because he refused to give up his shoes. Even if we established a plan of action, we were aware of our options. We were aware that our options were limited because he was also undocumented. To be really honest, we felt hopeless, but then hopelessness turned into action. Even if we were aware of the limitations, we were also aware of our resources such as Catholic Charities, Monterey County Office of Education, and the Share Center that presented essential opportunities for this youth. This was a great reminder of what it's like to work with our community for our community. Prior to this challenge, being the only outreach team for this population, our call to action was not acknowledged. It wasn't until the coalition gathered partnering agencies that change truly began. That is when the Youth Systems Meeting was created by stakeholders from different sectors to address these concerns in a multidisciplinary approach. As a coordinator of the Youth System Meeting, Kai, how was this collaborative essential in the betterment of our community?
Thank you, Paula. I first want to say thank you so much for all of your expertise and everything that you have brought to the table just as a person yourself who is within this youth system. The Continuum of Care addressed these challenges by bringing folks together through the Youth Systems Meeting, as you have previously mentioned. This included key stakeholders from our juvenile justice system, Office of Education, colleges, child welfare, behavioral health, probation, for-profit entities, our homeless services providers, just like you, Paula, youth with lived experience, and of course, advocates within our community. This is the group that led the efforts that brought us that 28% decrease without the presence of the funding we applied for just yet. This group brings to light the unique difficulties our youth face, our subpopulations that need services, such as our system-involved youth, LGBTQ+ youth, our undocumented youth, and our disabled youth, just to name a few. This group also builds their understanding of the differences of homeless definitions, as Dr. Donna had mentioned previously, so that we can create a solution so no youth is left unhoused. These leaders are why our continuum of care is being recognized as a leader in addressing youth homelessness across the nation.
That is very true. Thank you. Kai, how were we able to sustain our collaborative efforts throughout this time frame?
Yeah, so our team was held together by shared goals, from our 100-day challenge goal to reducing youth homelessness by 100 folks, and ultimately the goal set by our Youth Action Board within our coordinated community plan. This plan was titled The Tidal Wave of Change to Wash Away Youth Homelessness. This collaborative had the drive and mindset to receive more funding to further make a difference in this community. With our minds together, we noticed what we could achieve. This team led the efforts to find funding to repair the needs of this broken system. We gathered youth leaders to the table to amplify their voice and the problems that the Bi-County area is encountering. We also brought staff to these meetings that we were not just the executive directors. Not saying that these executive directors don't have the knowledge, but receiving knowledge from the folks experiencing the challenges firsthand. The problems that we were facing needed solutions, and those solutions needed funding if they were to get done.
Having this space made the youth facing homelessness visible, encouraging participants to find solutions and apply to youth-specific grants. Kai, can you please share the different opportunities explored?
Sure. The Youth Systems Meeting leaders, in partnership with the COC, put together our YGP application for innovative practices. Our COC was awarded about $5.8 million to address youth homelessness. Funds were prioritized by projects that the youth had set. Funds went towards supportive services, drop-in centers, rapid rehousing, and transitional housing. One major program that was funded was Youth Coordinated Entry to provide funding to such a crucial problem. The Continuum of Care also attributes all its youth efforts from fundamental funding streams, such as the Continuum of Care grant, or federal funds that pay for transitional housing, state funds from the Homeless Emergency Aid Program and Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program from Cal ICH. And the Cal Office of Emergency Services have paid for street outreach, rapid rehousing, and supportive services, and local funding that supports our Youth Action Board. Our community leverages funds from various funding streams to achieve the goals set by our community at large. The silver lining that has come out of these challenges that I really want to continuously highlight is the de-siloing of these systems. We all work together as a community to truly end youth homelessness. If you'd like to lean in and join in the solution, there's innovative funding that is dropping through HomeKey. One major problem that we still try to tackle and are finding funds for is our unaccompanied minor crisis. Currently, we are not equipped to house these youth. If you have any questions about funding, I highly recommend waiting for our funding sources panel, where I'll be talking about the various funding streams.
You know, you mentioned one of the great things that came out of all of our collaborative efforts, which was a $5.8 million that was awarded to our community. How was that different from any other grants received?
Yeah, so this funding stream was truly one of the biggest feats that we have ever applied for here in our community. It was a 2-year process of our community preparing to apply for the Youth Homeless Demonstration Program after not receiving it 2 out of the 3 years that we have applied. To prepare, our community participated in the 100-day challenge and by creating our Youth Action Board. This grant took the most manpower other than our Continuum of Care grant to get done for this complex subpopulation. Our COC was only expecting about $1 million to feed into this solution, and we were granted $5.8 million. The process that we had to take included a new needs assessment to assess the challenges that our young folks are facing and what innovations and solutions our community needs. We also planned and put together a list of stakeholders who we thought should join us in this groundbreaking work, and we made a plan. That plan was the tidal wave of change to wash away youth homelessness. At the end of the day, our community had over 100 people from key areas of our bi-county region to draft a document that could truly make a difference.
Hi, thank you so much for informing us about the Fund to Explore. A key component in our system, as Kai mentioned, is the coordinated entry system. Grant, would you like to let us know a little bit about the coordinated entry system?
Yes, of course. So the coordinated entry system is a HUD-required community-wide process to match people experiencing homelessness to community resources that are a best fit for the situation. The way we implement this system currently is by having a group of agencies that have agreed to use a centralized master waitlist to receive referrals based on a prioritization process. This process is done via an assessment. The assessment is essentially a survey where we ask questions about people's experiences. For example, where did you sleep most often? How long has it been since you lived in a permanent stable housing? And health-related questions such as, in the past 6 months, have you received health care at an emergency department? We utilize all these questions to assign each individual a score based on how they answer them. The higher the score, the more vulnerable we consider an individual to be. This score helps us prioritize each person and match them to the agencies that are participating. The advantages of this system are that people can get assessed at any agency, and they can avoid having to enroll in each program individually. And this would allow us to hopefully reduce the amount of time an individual experiences homelessness and maximizes all the talents and skills that each organization brings to the community.
How are we adjusting the coordinating entry system to functionally meet the needs of the youth sector?
Yeah, as Roxanne mentioned earlier, we're preparing for a complete overhaul of our coordinated entry system. As we go throughout this process, we're taking special attention to youth. Even though our community has made progress in reducing the total number of youth experiencing homelessness, our system is still not well equipped. Earlier this year, the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers and researchers from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies completed a racial disparities analysis. In this analysis, we did a sub-analysis of the outcomes of youth that engage with our system. We found that youth are still more likely to return to homelessness and less likely to exit the permanent housing. This current coordinated entry process that I did would help improve those outcomes doesn't seem to be able to adequately respond to the needs of youth. Some of the key challenges we have found throughout this is that it's easy to lose contact with youth on the master list. While this isn't necessarily a challenge only youth face, this issue became very obvious, the 2020 Youth 100-Day Challenge. As we try to follow up with the youth on that list, we found out that we have lost contact with about 100 of them. This indicated another challenge that we have, is that in our coordinated entry system, we don't provide wraparound services, such as a dedicated case management team to watching over that list and maintaining it. Additionally, there are not many places dedicated to receiving referrals for youth. We currently only have one agency that specializes in youth and receives referrals from the coordinated entry system. Because of these challenges and the opportunities that funding streams such as YHDP give us, we are developing a new youth coordinated entry system. This system will include key elements such as dedicating a street outreach team to be that initial point of contact. This would allow us to include case conferencing to support youth as they access and move throughout the system. We are also modifying the assessment questions and prioritization method with guidance from the Youth Action Board in order to better prioritize and match youth with services that fulfill their needs. And our referrals are going to be for far more than for just housing and shelter. We plan on including referrals to other support systems, such as medical and mental services, and to help improve housing outcomes, have a dedicated housing navigators work alongside case managers to identify those permanent solutions for the youth that engage with our homeless response system.
Thank you, Grant. As our approach has shifted with addressing the coordinated entry system, Grant mentioned the guidance from the Youth Action Board. How else has our voice been impactful, Kai?
Yeah, so as we touched previously, the center of our youth system is Youth Voice. We approach youth homelessness with their thoughts first. The Youth Action Board was established in December of 2020 after the 100-day challenge to bring these young leaders to the table. They are an official committee of the Leadership Council and most recently acquired seats on our Continuum of Care board, as our executive officer, Roxanne Wilson, mentioned earlier today. As we like to say, nothing for us without us. This program was created for youth, by youth. I was a founder of this Youth Action Board to bring youth with lived experience to the table when we make decisions. My main concern was to equitably mirror the folks we are serving, bringing in members across the county and to also mirror the identities of our youth that we are noticing who would like to access our coordinated entry system. Within all our youth work, they are the final decision makers. So what more than have them lead the efforts of our coordinated community plan? As I mentioned earlier, this is our 2-year plan to end youth homelessness in our community. The aforementioned youth led the parameters, what projects we would like to focus on, and the implementation of these programs. Youth will be at the center of monitoring and the continuous quality improvement of our programs. They also participate as co-facilitators of our youth system meeting and the development of training that our service providers engage in. My goodness, I'm sorry. Some key training is on how to authentically engage with youth, power sharing, and coming up is a housing first training. Our rank and review panel that also included youth with lived experience chose to have 2% of our YHDP admin funds to go directly towards our Youth Action Board members to pay livable wages to address such problems in our continuum of care.
Would you mind explaining how authentically the engagement is with the youth, Kai?
Of course. So authentic youth engagement is also collaboration. This is a reciprocal process between our youth and young adults and our older adult partners. This is a power sharing dynamic that is not placing anyone above another. This happens when projects or programs are initiated by the youth and decision making is shared between our youth and young adults and our older adult partners. These projects empower youth while at the same time enabling them to access and learn from our older adult partners. The 3 fundamental factors that I base my program on are trust, training, and transparency. We move at the speed of equity and trust. If youth do not trust you and you do not build a rapport with them, they will not want to engage or interact with you. Training is so important so that our youth are informed in the decisions they are making. Most importantly is transparency, being open to what is truly happening, the finances behind their program, and of course, their roles and expectations of them. The last piece of authentically engaging youth is paying them a livable wage. CHSP is excited to announce that we are hiring 2 youth with lived experience of homelessness to work here in the Continuum of Care. If you or you know a youth interested in joining this board, we will be including a link in our toolkit for this webinar. Now, I will say one challenge that we still go through is adultism. This is a barrier when authentically engaging with our youth. Adultism refers to behaviors and attitudes based on the assumption that adults are better than young people and entitled to act upon young people without their agreement. This mistreatment is reinforced by social institutions, laws, customs, and attitudes. Calling out adultism whenever and wherever it shows up in working with young people is necessary for authentic youth collaboration, as it permeates housing systems and our culture. This is a sign to be okay with being called in or out in a space. If you are presenting problematic behavior, I myself have been called out, be okay with it. Sit in that space of why you may feel how you feel and move forward with solutions so that we can engage in this space as partners. To counteract this is how we engage with our youth. Some best practices that I would like to highlight and mention again are trust, transparency, and peer-to-peer support. Youth are more willing to lean in when there are folks that are like them in this space. Cultural competent care, trauma-informed care, and of course, when building a youth action board or engaging with our youth is those huge barrier-reducing services. So that includes transportation, technology, and language services, so that these youth can engage without having to have those worries.
Thank you so much, Kai, and thank you so much, Grant. As we have concluded, we would like to open up the space for questions to the audience.
Right. One of the questions that we are receiving from the audience is, how are we supporting the youth in schools? How about counseling services and mentoring programs?
I guess that leaves it to me. Hey, y'all. So how are we supporting youth in schools? As we had a panelist prior, Dr. Donna Smith. Shout out to Dr. Donna. She's our homeless coordinator here in Monterey County. The Youth Action Board and the COC is in partnership with our school systems to make sure that we have those liaisons in every school. As she had prior mentioned, there's something that we would like to implement on the COC side is those mentorship programs, where that would include our Youth Action Board would be a part of, going to those schools, tabling, understanding what services are available to them, and also being able to access and be a part of this board, since that board is actually for youth ages 16 to 24. Thank you, Genevieve.
Thank you all. And I think I'm not seeing any other questions. I saw a brief comment that says, how do you support the cause? What are some best places and organizations that folks can refer to?
Yeah, so there's quite a few actually. I mean, I see a few on this call. So you can get involved, whether that means at the grassroots side, with folks like the Epicenter, folks like, any of our partnering agencies, Community Human Services, or that means you can also join us here at the COC, depending on your strengths that you have. If you want to help just spread the word of the Youth Action Board, that's definitely a way for, we can send you those materials to send out to folks, or you can get in contact with me. This is a chance for you to also be involved in the youth systems meeting. One big thing that we want is to have the community involved, right? So, but more than to have platforms like this, to have folks like y'all join us. So thank you.
Thank you all. So there was one question a little bit earlier that I think we wanted to take some time answering about youth in foster. Sorry, before I have you all scatter away, I'm going to steal you for an extra little minute. Can we speak a little bit about more about folks that are in foster youth, and what does exiting foster, the fostering system look like? What kind of resources do those folks receive once they exit?
Yeah, thank you, Genevieve. Before I jump in, I kind of want to ask Paula, do you mind giving kind of a provider side view of that first?
Can you please repeat the question, Genevieve?
Absolutely, I can. So really this question is centering around youth in the foster system. What are the unique challenges and resources that those that are in the foster system and exiting the foster system? What resources do they receive, and what challenges can they expect when leaving the system?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So most of my experience was primarily with 18 to 24. Of course, we dealt with individuals or helped households that were placed at the foster system. And I think during those timeframes, I think it's just having a little bit more idea how the social services benefits work on the aspect, the limitations, I would say, I suppose, when coming out, and just kind of working a little hands-on with wraparound services and making sure we inform them and educate them about the open resources that are available to them. Because sometimes, even though they are in the foster care system, sometimes they don't have a one-on-one where there's like case management, or they don't feel confident, or they don't have that established rapport to like have conversations about what truly their needs are. I think that it's also empowering them and to use their own voice in the space, given that it is their journey and also their voice and thoughts matter. I think also one of the challenges that we faced, even though we helped and assisted 18 to 24 unaccompanied homeless youth, even if they were younger than that, I think our best call was always Dr. Donner Smith, because she would always connect us with the resources, or we would game plan together. I think it has a lot to do with collaborative efforts, because as a community, we need each other to support the different populations, and also voice the needs that are still needed, or like the needs that are not being met by the system themselves. That's why I was really lucky to be part of everything that the coalition brought about with the youth center. But if Kai would like to say anything else more, any more input.
And I think that is our cue for us to go to our next section. All right, thank you to our panelists. We are lucky that we got Paula's take in that last little second, and her work at CSUMB. Thank you, Kai and Grant, as well, for really showcasing the youth homelessness problem in our region, as well as really centering how bringing youth to the center of the issue helps to create a more inclusive lens to the table. This next clip that we will be watching is thanks to the Salinas and Monterey County Homeless Union. They provided us these next clips highlighting the voices from our unhoused neighbors.
For all of them. We may have one or two that are, but we can get along okay, I guess. And then we have help from the community. A lot of times they come over here, they bring them food and clothing sometimes.
I've been living like this on my own, but I don't dirty it up. I take out my trash, I'm a firm believer in you pack it in, you pack it out. Don't cut nothing new, only use dead, I feed the birds. I have a hummingbird feeder,
Ask for a little help, a little bit of hand up instead of, getting that hand out. I ain't looking for a handout. I don't want the poverty, to make it seem like I'm just poor and poverty and I'm homeless and that's all I've got. No, I have children to think about besides myself. I don't want to beat around the bush on any aspects of how I'm venting right now. I feel very frustrated, very overwhelmed half the time.
Thank you again to the Homeless Union for providing and taking the time to really highlight our unhoused neighbors. Next, we welcome Graham Knaus, the Executive Director for the California State Association of Counties, CSAC, representing California's 58 counties and their 296 elected supervisors. Graham recently penned an op-ed for Capital Weekly entitled "A Matter of Life or Death, California Needs a Homelessness Strategy," which challenges us all, saying that it's time for all levels of government to get out of our own way. Meaningful progress on homelessness is only achievable through development of a comprehensive system, from shelter and housing to services and rehabilitation, with clear responsibilities for all. At the end of his presentation, Graham will be leaving some time to answer some questions. Welcome, Graham.
Great. Good morning. Thank you very much. It's so awesome to be able to spend some time with you all this morning. I want to talk for just a minute about some context where I'm coming in on this. And I think it's really helpful that the prior clip was played because it gives us the focus on what we're all trying to accomplish and who we're here to do this work for in our communities. I'm going to step back to about a 10,000 foot view, really looking at homelessness across the state and communities all over California. And first want to applaud the leadership, the focus, the funding, both at the state and the local level, the planning that's already been done in your county with all of you that are part of this and more, and putting together this summit. It's a very important conversation to make some progress. And really without the funding and without the focus, we're not going to get anywhere at all. And so really appreciate your leadership and what has occurred. I'm also here to deliver a combination of cold truth from that 10,000 foot level and a path to substantial progress. I've been working around homelessness for many, many years, mostly within or representing counties. I think it's over 30 years. And it's a very, very important issue to me personally, and it's a very important issue. In fact, it's the #1 priority for CSAC as an organization. Next slide, please. So we all know that if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. And that certainly underscores the importance of the plan that you all just discussed earlier today. It's also true that if we plan at one level, but not at another, that we severely jeopardize our ability to make success. And I think that's one of the challenges that we face today. And it's not just a California challenge, it is a challenge across the country at a state level, and developing a very clear plan to address homelessness. There's no question that it is unacceptable at all levels of government. That's why we're all here and trying to make change, that it has risen in many places, although Monterey's made substantial progress, but it's risen in many places, certainly in California and through the pandemic. It's also true that there are very few state programs that are actually specifically intended to address homelessness. Certainly at the federal level, there's the McKinney-Vento from many years ago that's still in place. There's HAP and HomeKey that have been discussed, which are only recent in the last few years, but historically, those programs have not existed. There are programs that are helpful for those that are experiencing homelessness, but they're not specifically designed to address homelessness in communities. And those things that do exist are absent of clear coordination and integration at the state level. And so that compounds with this challenge that there's no level of government with clear responsibilities around homelessness. There may be a belief of a moral obligation or pieces in with one set of population or another, but nothing that is clearly defined, certainly nothing that is in a state law around that. And so what we end up having is a system that's not really a system, and it's not really a solution, but it has all the right motivation behind it. Many well-intentioned programs and now some significant funding that are stacked on top of each other rather than input into an entire system to more comprehensively address homelessness. And that is in the context that we all have the right intent, we have the passion, we are motivated, but there are substantial challenges to make progress. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Let's go back one. Thank you very much. So I think in our world, there are moments of opportunity, and those moments of opportunity come and go quickly. And if we don't grab them and leverage them, then we lose the opportunity to make transformative change. And I think right now today, with the attention, the resources, with the demand for progress around homelessness, that we are in a different time, that we can get to a place of having different solutions. And while we recognize that from a statewide perspective, things have gotten worse, at the same time they've gotten better in a number of places. And they've gotten worse despite massive efforts, substantial amounts of funding, motivation, folks trying to coordinate at the local level. And that's a result of a number of different things, for sure, given the complexity around it. But from a system perspective, resources come and go very, very quickly. And so we're all fortunate that the state has had historic surpluses for the past couple of years, but that will not be true, is very unlikely to be true in a couple of years out and in 5 years down the line. And so this is a moment for us to harness that, along with the federal funding that is coming in and the local attention, to try to do something that is different. And that difference is really to recognize that success will remain elusive to us at a large scale until we have a thoughtful, comprehensive system to address it. And that is not an easy thing to do, and it's most certainly not free, because success in anything easy is costly and certainly uncomfortable, and success in something as complex as homelessness is even more so costly and uncomfortable and difficult to do with political incentives that often are counterproductive to make substantial progress. Next slide, please. So I want to shift from the cold truth part of it to where we're at and what I believe we can do, and what counties all across the state, many city leaders across the state, and community leaders and service providers are focused on, which is finding a way out. We sit here today after decades of insufficient funding, a lot of finger pointing because the systems weren't really in place, and what I would describe as a balloon approach, which is you target one area, and as you target one area and make some level of progress, you move backwards in some other directions. And so the reality is we all own where we are today, and we control our own success, and we control the ability to take that complexity, to recognize what the political incentives are at all different levels of government, to recognize that there's not one state in the country that has designed a real model that comprehensively would address homelessness. But we in California, with our motivation, with the talent and leadership among all of you and folks across the state, and with the funding that is out there, have the ability to do exactly that in this moment. For a second, I want to shift away from money to just reference that you are all doing the number one thing that is necessary in order to make progress around homelessness, and that is working together. All levels of government, it's the service providers, the business community, the faith-based community, the nonprofit community. It takes all of you working together and moving in the same direction in order to make real progress. That determines the most significant step in order to make progress. It's defining that common vision, which you've all done in your plan. It also requires doing something that we often don't like to do because it is very uncomfortable, which is if something is not working, we have to call it out. We have to perhaps do so, not always in public, but we need to do so that we can make change, so that we can focus and invest in those things that are working well. And there are some things that are working well. Room key and hope key have been mentioned previously, thinking about coordinated outreach, mobile crisis teams, the collaborative nature that is occurring within a number of continuums of care. There are some things that are working very, very well. And we should celebrate those as we look for further improvements to those systems. So let's get a little bit more specific and shift to the next slide. In order to have a system, we have to define responsibilities. And the thing that does not exist that we are asking for is clear state, county, and city responsibilities laid out in statute, so there's no question about who's responsible for what and how it will be funded in order for us to get there. That is a paramount step, along with aligning the expectations of the policy tools that are available to make change and the funding. We currently don't have either. There's a demand for change, which is appropriate, but all the policy tools and the funding are not in place. And I want to chat for just a second about mental health related to that. Mental health is a significant issue, or has a significant interplay with homelessness, at least among a portion of the homelessness population. And there's a substantial amount of money in this state that is dedicated towards mental health that exceeds $15 billion. So that sounds like a massive amount of money. That translates to about $1 a day per California resident. And so probably not nearly enough to do what we need to do, but there's a bigger problem, which is for decades, we as a state did not invest in the infrastructure that is necessary in order to have the right capacity. And so that has begun to occur, and we're thankful for the state's investment in some of that, but it takes time. And we have a mental health workforce, severe workforce shortage that we now have to build, and we need to do that together. We also need to see who does what, right? So counties run the Health and Human Services system to the extent resources are available to do so. That system is designed for the general population. When we're thinking about responsibilities and outlining them, we also need to look at our city colleagues relative to the planning and zoning and the standing up and funding shelters and transitional housing, and the approval of those behavioral health facilities, permanent supportive housing that are necessary in order to have services and housing in the right places within communities, which is typically where people are at. Often, not always, but often in the more incorporated areas of a community. Laying those out provides an opportunity for us to then have accountability by our community and to engage with community partners, our nonprofit service providers, and others, so that we're doing it together, that it's a collaborative approach to meet levels of accountability that fall on government, but that cannot be met without partnership with those that are often closer to the community, including a number of you that are in this room. And so that is moving to a place of having clearly articulated responsibilities in state law, having accountability that is attached to that, it's also about having performance-based contracting. So looking at outcomes that we are trying to achieve and holding ourselves and our partners accountable for those, and ensuring that we continue to invest in things that are proven to work, and adjusting when that is not the case. And so the call to action is around really getting uncomfortable together and demanding this conversation that turns into action around who is responsible for what. So it's not a guessing game. So it's not, it doesn't vary so substantially from place to place, depending upon which government agency, which community partner is willing to step up. It has to be clearly articulated so that we can really make progress. That's how government is designed, and it's also structured in a way to recognize that it can't be government alone. There need to be other partners that are brought to the table. And so the choices are certainly immensely difficult, but this can be done. And I've never had more confidence that we can achieve it than right now today, because of the energy and leadership that you all have and folks in other communities, because of the resources that are available, because of the demand for public action. And so our hope is that we can come together at a local level and bring that message to our state colleagues who have done such great work to move that one step further for California to be the first state in the country that owns homelessness from a systematic perspective, where there's absolute clarity over who is doing what, so that we can make true progress that is focused on those same folks that we just saw in the prior video. Let me pause at that point, and I'm certainly happy to engage in any dialogue that folks may want to have.
Thank you so much. We have had some action in the chat, but I think we're running out of time. So I'm going to pull one from Esther Malkin, who says, Graham, how do you see unaffordable rent being addressed as part of the system, and how can it be addressed in the comprehensive approach?
It's a really good question. It's a critical area of focus, obviously, in terms of housing. We have a severe shortage of housing in this state. We particularly have a severe shortage of affordable multi-residential housing. And that, in order to really address that, there are cities and counties are in the business of approving, but not building. It's something that is done by the private sector. And so creating things primarily at the state level that provide incentives. It may actually be partial subsidies where necessary, so that there's a bigger partnership between the private sector and the public sector around putting those in place. But that's also reconditioning some of those abandoned buildings, perhaps, that were referenced earlier in the summit, thinking creatively about how to take what is already in your community and not just go out further, both going up and utilizing areas that may be considered an eyesore, but could be turned into an asset. And I think some of that's actually been done here in Monterey, but it's going to take that, and it's going to take massive amounts of investments over a period of years in order to really get us there.
Thank you so much. I do believe maybe we have time for one more. I didn't hear the music. So the question is, oh, they're shooting us off.
you perfectly queued it up.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Graham, for your time. I really am grateful that you joined us here today and shared your insights. Have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, everybody, welcome. Well, I'm welcoming myself back. We have Dan Baldwin, who is the CEO and president of the Community Foundation for Monterey County, who is going to be hosting a panel where we're going to talk about non-traditional encampment solutions. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thanks, Roxanne. I'm going to be joined by Mike Labar, Mayor of King City, and Rod Powell, Community Development Manager for the City of Salinas. I'd like to take a little bit of a step back, if I might. The organized approach that is being reflected through the summit today, and even the summit itself, wouldn't have been possible 5, 6, 7 years ago. I think we should all feel really good that we've been able to move our collective will and initiative around this topic to such a large degree over this period of time. The Community Foundation got involved deeply, besides grant making, which we've always done, but more deeply on this topic about 6 or 7 years ago, when we convened a lot of the homeless services providers and the county and the city and even law enforcement and a lot of interested parties, because it just seemed like there wasn't enough collaboration. It wasn't a really coordinated approach. Those conversations led to a restructuring of the Leadership Council, and which has been really positive, and it's brought people like Mayor Labar into the conversation on a countywide level, and that also helps him in his own community in ways that didn't exist before. I would like to offer a shout out to Roxanne as she leaves her position and moves to the county. She's done tremendous work in increasing the capacity of the coalition, and also shining a light and pursuing opportunities for the Continuum of Care, the Leadership Council. And I also want to give a shout out to Luis Alejo, whose leadership on the Leadership Council has just been outstanding since day one. But there's other people, and all this work is done in a continuum. The late Joe Gonter, Mayor of Salinas, took a strong leadership position on this, as did Lou Bauman, the retired county executive officer for the county of Monterey, and Ray Corpus, who was the city manager of Salinas. So what we do now is really important, and it's also going to be important for people who follow all of us doing this work today to carry on and to build on this. So at the risk of repeating a lot of what's been said, I mean, I do think one of the things we all agree on is that homelessness is largely misunderstood. All manner of life events can push someone into homelessness or put them at risk of homelessness. We have to move beyond the stigma that homeless people are in this circumstance by choice, or because they refuse to participate in the economy. Homelessness because of job loss of a spouse, radical increase in housing costs, fleeing domestic violence, costly medical events, mental health, and addiction aren't necessarily symptomatic of unfortunate choices that people made, but rather overwhelming circumstances. And so I would hope that as a community, we deal with this strategically, but with empathy. Also, knowing that people are in these circumstances oftentimes because of conditions over which they had little control. And it affects people of all ages, single people, families, including families with young children. And as we've heard today, it's very complex. Housing supply is in the mix, the ability to get access and navigate people through a complicated system. But the strategies to intervene and move people towards services require a combination of community and political leadership with effective implementation on the ground. And that's what we want to talk about here with our panel, because we're going to hear from both sides of this equation from Mayor Labar and Rod Powell. And so Mayor Labar, I'd like to start with you. I know one of the things that's really important to you is that you feel strongly that the need for public officials to be organized and ready when funding opportunities present themselves. Can you speak to this?
Thank you, Dan. Yes. So for our city, we're very successful in our Home Key project, but it is because we started many years ago engaging the community and developing strategies and plans to address the homeless populations within our community. We believe that no matter the size of your city, that everyone has a role to play. And that by us solving our solution, we are helping other cities, because for too long, it seems like it's been the bigger cities just keep getting more and more homeless people pushed their way because that's where the services were. Also firmly believe that from an elected perspective, that our role does not end at the vote, that it is teamwork, it is coordination between the skill sets of the representatives and the expertise and knowledge of the staff. And staff needs to know that they can come to the elected and let them know if there's something they need. And we have to work together towards those solutions. And again, it doesn't end at the vote. I participate on the Leadership Council. I was very fortunate to come in when Mayor Gunther was there, and the Supervisor Alejo. They provided great role model of what an elected official looks like, doing real work and staying involved. Our city has been fortunate in our success because we look at it's a team. And that team, not as just our city and our council, but it is all the partners throughout the county. We could not have gotten to where we're at without those partnerships. And, it is the continuum of care. It is the Monterey County CO's office, County Social Services, Office of Emergency Services, the Sheriff's Department, Dorothy's Place, Che, all in Monterey, Salinas Valley Street Outreach Program, Monterey County Office of Education, the South Monterey County Joint Union High School District, Sun Street Centers, and Pro Youth. And I wanted to take the time to name them out because for a lot of people at the summit, when you see a city doing something, there is many, many organizations behind the scenes that are part of this. And so I've just, before we move to the next person, I just want to say the most important thing for a city to do is engage your community now. Find out what those issues are, get them to help you devise a strategy and have your plan in place, because you can't go and chase money and come up with a plan on the fly. That will not solve the problem. Find out and develop what will really work within your community, and then be ready when the funding is available. Don't know where to go from there. We all have to be team members, and we all have to stay engaged. And that is the way we will move forward. So thank you, Dan.
Well, thank you, Mayor LaBarre. So from your perspective as mayor, King City, what do you see, what is your role and from a leadership standpoint, but then also in how you interact with staff and how you interact sort of cross-jurisdictionally as well? I mean, this obviously is something that you're passionate about. Can you speak a little bit more as to how you view your role?
So one is being at the meetings on the Leadership Council, being there consistently and actively participating. On what I've heard from staff is it lets them know that it's important to you and the city, and you're willing to do the work. On a practical level, when we were going through our Home Key project, there were some And I know Salinas has dealt with issues that come up out of the blue. So staff felt free enough to go through, tell the city manager, look, we need your help on this. Can you go help us find out a solution for this funding mechanism that just fell through? And that allowed me to go talk to the relationships I built with other electeds like Supervisor Alejo, and actually have a frank conversation. I go, he knows we want to get this project done, and asking him, what can we do? How can we resolve this? So those are their skill sets that we have, and we have connections and partnerships that are separate from the administration portion. And at the same time, it works both ways, is where I can say, we have an opportunity here. Can we move quickly and get this done? And so that conversation back and forth, it lets us be more nimble and address the on the ground situation much more quickly. Had I just ended my participation at the vote, staff would have never felt comfortable to come to me and ask for, can you help talking to our representatives to see for a solution? I think they would have just got frustrated. And then once that takes hold, the momentum just drops, right? Again, it's everything we're doing, we have to do together. And regardless of the situation, it brings someone homeless, the fact is they're homeless now. And we do have tools and resources to help them. And I encourage any city, no matter what size, get your group together, start developing your plan, because there are homeless people in your area. It might not be a project home key that is the solution for your city. Maybe it's safe parking, but there is a role for you to play.
Thank you, Mayor. When I was referencing where this work was and how the Leadership Council was organized 6 or 7 years ago, to Mayor LaBar's point, this reorganization, this new sense of organization and the clarity and the structure that got created, when HEAP funding became available, we were ready at that point. And one of the outcomes of that is the Share Center in Salinas. There was no Casa de Noche Buena 6 or 7 years ago. And now Community Human Services is working on the Schumann Heart Center in Monterey. So all of this builds, but I think to Mayor LaBar's point, if you haven't organized yourself, then you're not prepared to in an organized way, pursue opportunity. So Rod, I'd like to turn to you. We're going to call you COVID Rod today. I think everyone should know that he's doing yeoman's work here in being here while he's still getting over COVID-19. Rod, you've spoken about the importance of communities knowing the full landscape of what's available, and in your words, going after everything. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. I think one of the takeaways for this is, although there's a lot of funding coming forward, it's simply not enough at the moment. It's increasing, but it needs to keep increasing. The city of Salinas has taken a fairly aggressive stance in pursuing anything that seems viable and that would be productive within the jurisdiction and providing homeless services. We look at all angles, public-private partnerships such as the Home Key are really important. Looking at all aspects of our unhoused populations, whether it's families or singles or youth, we are constantly looking and seeking out those opportunities. And I think that's best demonstrated by our recent Cal ICH grant awards for both the Encampment Resolution Grant, in which the city received just over $4 million, and our recent award for the Family Homeless Challenge, which is an initial award of $2.6 million and would automatically lead to another $2.6 million in a couple of years. these are the emerging opportunities. And as Mayor Labar said, you need to start planning now. You need to start recognizing what your jurisdiction is like, who you're serving, how they think about these things is very important. Engagement is vital. And if you're not doing those things, the hiccups that come along the way can be a pretty rocky road. Lessons learned. But it also takes significant leadership on the parts of councils and city administrators. And the city has been very blessed over the past few years to have a council and administration that is very supportive of homeless services, to the extent that they have taken, and allocated 20% of the ARPA funding that came to the city went to homeless services. And that's how we're going to make a difference. We're going to plan, we're going to seek, we're going to act, and we're going to engage. And really, that's what jurisdictions need to keep doing. You can, with these funding, you can explore best practices such as housing first. And that's probably one of the most important things to do. So I just encourage everybody to lean in as much as possible. Attend the Leadership Council meetings. Participate in the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers to the extent that you can participate. Develop those partnerships. Talk to the organizations that are serving your communities and see what they are thinking about how things are going. They're the boots on the ground. And the city has been fortunate enough to establish its own outreach team and expand that in a way that's become very meaningful for the city. But that sustained funding is coming from these grants that we're seeking. We're able to offer these housing first incentives, such as landlord incentives and other things, to help people overcome those obstacles that are initially preventing them from getting into housing. And then I guess the last thing is a meaningful partnership with other jurisdictions. I feel that probably the most success has come in my realm in the last few years has been through the partnership with Monterey County and the coalition. I can pick up the phone, I can text, I can get the answers I need, and that's how things get done. You really have to you can't do it alone. You have to do it together. And I encourage smaller jurisdictions to look for those partnerships when possible to establish those meaningful relationships.
Rod, thank you. You referenced Share Center, Project Home Key, Family Homeless Challenge Grant, the role of outreach teams. None of these were here like 5 years ago. And so we have momentum. Can you speak to some of the successes with those programs and how collectively they're really helping you work on this issue in Salinas?
Sure. While the Encampment Resolution Grant and the Family Homeless Challenge, those are both relatively new programs. We were just awarded on the family grant. The Encampment Resolution is just now jumping on to get started. I think Home Key is really representative of a big success. And this is that public-private partnership, along with the significant funding that came from the state, of which another round is forthcoming in October. So jurisdictions should start looking and start establishing your development partners to see if this is something viable. The funding will be there. The city is willing to help and answer questions. But the successes are really there because affordable housing is a huge issue in our region. We are one of the most expensive regions. I was surprised to learn the other day, although we are one of the most expensive regions, we also have one of the lowest construction costs. But make no mistake, construction is significantly expensive. A single unit of affordable housing, like a one-bedroom unit, can cost as much as $600,000+. And that's really, really significant. We just don't see that type of money for a 50-unit complex coming around. So how do we overcome that? We overcome it through unique partnerships, preparation, political will. We have a fantastic working relationship with the County of Monterey, in which we have established a an ongoing significant MOU. We're actively working on developing, we were successful in developing the share center along with those partners. We're actively working on another multifamily complex to be built next to the share center. So those are the types of opportunities that you build upon your past successes, your existing professional relationships, the new ideas and the new funding streams that are coming forward. Those are really significant. And for the city of Salinas, Home Key is going to bring just over 200 new affordable units. And these are permanent supportive housing units. But it's not quite as simple as just saying we're bringing on housing, because that housing is still expensive. Permanent supportive housing is even more expensive. And so how do you fund that? That's the quandary for most jurisdictions. And so you have to be creative. You have to look for those opportunities. You have to get the political will. You have to lobby at the state level and the federal level for those things. You need to take those concerted partnered steps to be successful in your jurisdiction.
So sometimes people ask me in my job, like, how do you focus yourself? And my response generally is, I have to work with great patience and simultaneously with great urgency every day. And I think that applies to the to how we work in this continuum of and I guess that's not ironic that it's called the continuum of care, and the solutions are long term. But if we don't stay focused with a strong sense of urgency, in a week, a month, a year, then we're not going to achieve those solutions. You both have talked about the importance of working across jurisdictions, and Mayor LaBarre, and at the risk I don't of asking you to kind of repeat yourself a little, but whether it's cities working with each other, cities working with counties, partnering with nonprofits. I know the Leadership Council provides opportunity to get access to the different jurisdictions, but can you just speak to the critical nature? Because if you're homeless, you're not like looking at city boundaries. You're just going where you can go. And so I think it's a kind of a fool's errand to think King City can solve homelessness and or Seaside can solve homelessness when it's a regional problem. For us, it has to be dealt with regionally. And so can you speak to that, Mayor LaBarre?
Yes, you're exactly right. So I know our city's philosophy is that we all have the part to play because it is a regional issue. And if we all take up that little piece, all of a sudden you start getting momentum. And the partnerships, again, they must always continue going forward. You don't get your funds like we got our Project Home Key, we worked with our partners, made this happen. The engagement doesn't stop there. And an example would be, we just had at our encampment a fire. And during that fire, we found that there was 3 families, large families that had 4 to 5 children each, and they had nowhere to go. Because of the partnerships our city has developed with other jurisdictions, nonprofits, we were able to quickly mobilize, working with the county, working with Che, all in Monterey, the Office of Education, getting them units. They were trailers, getting a place for those trailers, getting those children and families stabilized. We were able to get those children into our after-school program. The Office of Education brought in the resources that they have available through their funding mechanisms for the kids. It was everybody, because of the partnerships, we were able to tap on into those little pieces of funding that were necessary to bring a whole package together to actually help these kids. And I would just, that was probably the most impactful thing for me, because it is absolutely heartbreaking to see a family in an encampment, and it, to me, is unnecessary. And for those kids now to be stable, to have a roof over their head, their parents knowing that they have a place to be that's safe while they work, it's so rewarding to know that they're on a path to a better life. And human by human, person by person, and family by family, what we do, it does affect our future. And so we are a team. We all have our individual thoughts, but what Monterey County is very special in our continuum of care is when we pull together, and we're doing this right now. We're making big differences. We are setting examples for other continuums of care and other jurisdictions on how to do this properly and how to stay focused, because you're right, Dan, these aren't one of things. You don't just go, I did this, I'm good, and go take the picture for the groundbreaking. That's never the end of that. We got to keep going forward, and I'm just thankful of everybody I've dealt with in this county and our city's perspective and our council's commitment to staying involved. I may have gotten a little off topic there, but it is about us working together.
Thank you, Mayor. So Rod, in the last couple minutes, perhaps you can talk about how you do that. You connect to other jurisdictions, you connect to the county. What's that like on a staff level? How do you find that you all work in a coordinated manner?
Well, you need the staff. When I joined the city a few years ago, I think we had 5. Now we're upwards of 20. We have implemented all sorts of new and emerging ideas, people with lived experience, for instance, on our outreach team. I can't stress the importance for jurisdictions and leadership to review that Lead Me Home plan and adopt it. You need to adopt the plan. It is data driven. That's the successful roadmap. That's how we're all in this together in this county. And you will see meaningful results. On a day-to-day basis, so in my shop, I'm dealing with affordable housing and homelessness. And so it's very active, but I appreciate having the opportunity to talk to you all today.
So this, by the way, this is a reinvention of my favorite Led Zeppelin song that everybody's hearing. I want to thank Rod. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor LaBarre. Really great conversation. I hope the group at large appreciates all the energy and all the effort and thought that goes into it. I believe I'm going to now turn it over to Tara Goraya, the CEO of the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, who is going to lead a conversation about funding sources. And Tara, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Funding Sources panel. It's a pleasure to be with you to have this very important and vital conversation. Again, my name is Tara Goraya. I'm the President CEO of the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, or MBEP for short. I'm joined today by Maria Medina Madera, the Director of the Housing Programs for Monterey County Housing Authority, and Roxanne Wilson, which you all know very well, as a passionate advocate in this space, to discuss what funding sources are available for the region to address homelessness and the housing supply. There is no mystery that the housing affordability crisis, characterized by housing shortages, displacement, and profound unaffordability, is interconnected with homelessness. A core reason folks do not have a place to call home is because housing is too expensive. According to the California Housing Partnership's 2022 Affordable Housing Needs Report, housing costs continue to rise. Median rent in Monterey County went up by 8.6% between the last quarter of 2020 and 2021, San Benito County by 1.1%, and Santa Cruz by a whopping 15%. With this reality in mind, in 2016, MBEP, with strong advocacy from Dan and the Community Foundation, for which we are very grateful, launched a housing initiative to help address this challenge and support an increase in the supply of all housing at all income levels in the Monterey Bay region through our three-pronged approach: advocacy, employer-sponsored housing, and the Monterey Bay Housing Trust. The solutions, the housing team works with a coalition of stakeholders to educate, advocate, and promote solutions that actively address the root causes of this crisis, especially solutions that support adequate funding by advocating for an appropriately scaled and stable funding stream for housing at the local, state, and federal levels. Increasing the overall supply of housing expands housing opportunities for all residents of Monterey Bay. More investments at all levels is needed in order to underwrite more affordable rental and homeownership opportunities. Through ongoing investment in partnership with a housing trust Silicon Valley, the Monterey Bay Housing Trust provides short-term loans for pre-development and acquisition costs in our region. The fund in July of 2020 committed to raising $2 million in donations, which would be leveraged housing private and community partners.
So we do apologize for something that we're very used to by now. I think that she just got kicked out, and we will go ahead and continue on with the conversation for a little bit. We have seen lots of information in the chat. Thank you so much for all of the advocates who have joined us here today, because you guys are right. Rent is outrageous. I know so many people who even make six figures and have to live in shared housing. This is not something that our community is new to, right? I think all of us can just open up rent.com or Craigslist and see that at $2,500 a month, you would need to make $7,500 a month just in order for a landlord to even review your application. This is a major, major problem in our community. So I am so glad that we do have another MBEP representative that is jumping on, Alyssa. I assume Alyssa is here to take over for Tara as we wait for her to rejoin. Thank you, Alyssa.
Yes, thanks so much, Roxanne, and apologies everyone. As we know well, in our region, broadband is also an issue, which is one of the initiatives that we work on here at MBEP and advocate in tandem with our affordable housing work. So to kind of pick up where Tara left off, in 2016, MBEP launched our housing initiative to help address this challenge and supported an increase in the supply of all housing at all income levels in the Monterey Bay region through our three-pronged approach: advocacy, employer-sponsored housing, and Monterey Bay Housing Trust. The housing team works with a coalition of stakeholders to educate, advocate, and promote solutions that actively address the root causes of this crisis. And I see we have Tara here. Hello, would you like to join us again? Welcome back.
Yeah, please keep going. Apologies, everybody, but I guess this comes with the territory. I've been listening actively since Graham's conversation, but here we are. We adapt and we move on. And I think this is also part of what we need to do constantly. How we pivot around these issues is constantly flexing and adapting and trying to leverage all that we can in the funding space. So this is a prime example of I think what Dan mentioned earlier about, meeting the moment, both in the crisis and with patients. So at the end of the day, I think we're trying to say that there is a lot of sort of resources that we can bring to bear that we have been historically over the last several years. And there are several ways that both through MBEP and with the various efforts in the county, we've been able to leverage those resources. One of which is the Monterey Bay Housing Trust. which partnered with a housing of Silicon Valley Trust, allows us to afford a one match. Something important to note about the county's also recent application for the local housing trust fund that we helped support is that $5 million to the region could bring into the region funds that could support loans for acquisition, pre-development expenses, development of affordable housing projects, emergency shelter, home ownership, whole host of things. And something additionally, what's important to note, which is creative, is that the county's LHTF application we just discussed used sources like cannabis dollars to leverage full available match, which was something mentioned in the 2018 Realistic Policy Changes White Paper. And if the county is successful, which we should know by August, that would also serve as a foundation for regional housing trust in the future, which could eventually build a deeper funding capacity and collaboration across multiple municipalities in the region. Another notable funding source for our region, supported by the 2018 Farm Worker Housing Study Action Plan of Salinas and Pajaro Valley, is the Joe Cerna funds included in the AB 434 Multifamily Finance Supernova. And basically that provides funding for specific low-income and farm worker housing units. Considering the significant housing impacts of our farm working communities face, it is also important to know the deep value of the Cerna funds for farm worker housing in particular. Cerna funds, like most other government unlike most other government farm worker funding, does not require proof of citizenship or legal residence for qualifying for housing. Finally, MBEP also helped lead regional campaigns to pass Prop 1 and 2, especially Prop 2 regarding the local housing allocation, which is critical to providing funding for homelessness support. This resulted in $7 million of ARPA funding allocated to affordable housing in Salinas. Bottom line is local voters of the state are very critical, very important in supporting funding at the ballot, and will be important again in the 2024 election. So that's sort of a broad brush stroke of what's happening regionally at the funding state and how some, we can cover key local, state, and funding federal sources. So I'm going to pivot now to really hear for what's happening more grounded here. And I'm going to hand it over to now Maria Medina Madera with the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey. She's going to discuss the housing choice voucher programs and the project-based vouchers. And thank you for that glitch, everybody, and being calm and patient. Appreciate your understanding.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you for having me on the panel to discuss the two different programs. Currently, the Housing Authority administers several programs under the Housing Choice Voucher. We have the project-based vouchers, Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing, Mainstream, Family Unification, Emergency Housing Vouchers, Foster Youth to Independence, Family Self-Sufficiency. So what is the Housing Choice Voucher program? The Housing Choice Vouchers are administered locally by public housing agencies. The PHAs receive federal funds from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. The PHAs receive the Housing Authority, the Housing Choice Voucher is the federal government. It's major housing programs that assist very low income families, the elderly and the disabled, allowing them the opportunity to secure decent, safe, and sanitary housing in the private market. The housing assistance is provided on behalf of the family or individuals. Participants are free to choose any housing that meets the requirement for the program. The Housing Choice Rental Assistance is primarily tenant-based assistance, which means HUD does not permanently link the assistance to the unit or the property. Instead, HUD ties the assistance to the family in if the family moves, it can use its voucher assistance to another property or any other jurisdiction across the United States. The participant family is issued a housing choice voucher, and it is responsible for finding a suitable housing unit of the family's choice, where the owner agrees to participate in the program. The rental units must meet HQS, which is housing quality standards determined by the Housing Authority. The goal of the Housing Choice Voucher Program is to provide decent and sanitary housing. The HQS requirement consists of 13 key aspects of housing quality standards. A housing subsidy is paid to the landlord directly by the Housing Authority on behalf of the participant family. Then the family pays the difference from the actual rent charged by the landlord and the amount that is subsidized by the program. What is project-based vouchers? Project-based vouchers are a component of the agency's Housing Choice Voucher Program. Housing authorities are not allocated additional funding for project-based units. The Housing Authority uses its own Housing Choice Voucher tenant-based vouchers funding that allocates project-based to developed projects within their jurisdiction. Projects are typically awarded to PBBs through a competitive process managed by the Housing Authority. Although certain circumstances, housing projects may be selected or non-competitive. A Housing Authority can authorize up to 20% of its allocated vouchers to project-based units. The Housing Authority may use additional 10% of its allowed vouchers to project-based assistance. The participating family usually pays 30% of their income in rent to property owner, and HUD pays the remainder of the contract rent to the owner. If a tenant moves out of the PBB unit, the rental assistance stays linked to the property, unlike the Housing Choice Voucher Program, where it is for participating family moves from the rental unit from unit, the family can continue to seek alternative housing with their voucher. The main goal here is the participation of landlords is the key to success of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. With the collaboration and commitments of landlords, we are able to serve families in the need in our housing in our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Thank you for covering that. That's very helpful. I appreciate that. I'm going to turn it over to Roxanne from the coalition, who's going to share more. Thanks, Roxanne.
Thank you so much, Tara. In 2021, the coalition released a housing market analysis on behalf of the Continuum of Care. In that document, we revealed that for every 100 extremely low income households in Monterey County, we only have 16 units to serve them. And the people who usually fall into this category are senior citizens or people with severe disabilities. I mean, could you imagine playing musical chairs with 100 people and 16 seats? And if you had disabilities, do you think that you have a higher likelihood of getting into one of those chairs? The answer is almost no every single time. So it's for reasons like this that the state has been aggressive in breaking down those barriers to create affordable housing, and also housing for people experiencing homelessness, because we all know that the lack of affordable housing is the #1 reason for high homelessness rates across the state. It's in the past year, the state has poured over $14 billion. You heard it throughout this entire presentation, just into housing and homelessness alone. And our community has experienced the fruits of that funding. You heard about the Project Home Key funds that more than doubled the number of permanent supportive housing in our community in the matter of a couple of years. And the new budget adds another $150 million to augment the already existing $1.5 billion in Home Key Round 2 and $1.3 billion in this fiscal year. So as Mayor Labar had said, Home Key is an incredibly efficient way to increase our extremely low income housing stock, especially for unaccompanied adults and small families. And don't get me wrong, like he said, it is not a one size fits all situation or solution, but it is a solution. And cities should consider it, right? All community members should support their cities as well if they want to move forward with one. We have to start saying yes, because all of the people who say no are definitely going to show up. So we need for the community at large to step up and step forward and say, yes, in my backyard, we will house every single person here. And admittedly, as Mayor also mentioned, some cities just can't do a home key. Smaller jurisdictions in Monterey County may not have many hotels but there are other things that can be done, right? So the Central Coast Alliance on Health is partnering with the Continuum of Care. And as mentioned earlier, we can earn up to $21 million to be spent over 2 years. And that funding, if earned, we can implement projects like safe parking, medical services in encampments, or laundry and shower services. Homelessness is a social determinant of health. And I slow down because I know you guys have had to heard that at some point in your life. It is a true statement. People who are homeless for an extended period of time, they tend to have higher health issues. And although building housing, you see it in the chat, building housing takes a while. Acquiring new housing, finding ways to subsidize that housing, it takes a while. So we may not be able to quickly house everybody, but we can certainly ensure that they are safe and that they are healthy where they're at. So also budgeted is $450 million to convert existing commercial or office spaces into affordable housing. Now think about that, right? In the pandemic, many companies had decided to go completely virtual and they are not coming back to work. So there are also many companies who decided to only do e-commerce because, again, during the pandemic, many businesses had to shut down. So we have empty spaces. One of my friends, Wes, is all in this chat. He talks about empty spaces a lot. They are here, and cities can go to the state and compete for funding so we can take those empty spaces and turn them into housing. The coalition is also working on a brand new NOFO, which is a notice of funding opportunity. They just changed it from availability in the middle of the pandemic. So weird timing. But if awarded, the COC will bring in $2.8 million of funds that cannot pay for capital, but it can pay for operations and rental subsidies and outreach. And the best part of that funding is that it's renewable. And you also heard about the $5.8 million of funding that the COC was recently awarded to eliminate youth homelessness. We're currently working in partnership with the county to identify a location in the Salinas Valley to stand up a transitional housing program for transition age youth, something that has been a need for a very long time. And as Rod had mentioned, the encampment resolution grant that the city of Salinas had received, there is another round on its way. The state invested $700 million, which cities and COCs and counties can compete for. And the purpose of that fund is not to clear an encampment and wash your hands and walk away. The purpose is that we resolve it by putting people in housing. And once they're in housing, the funding can pay to restore the property back to its original state. Also, the city of Salinas was very competitive on that application because they brought a bunch of nonprofits together so we can compete. Those are the types of things that we need to be focusing on, is how do we bring our different strengths to the table so that we could be more comprehensive when serving the most vulnerable people that are living outside. And we at the coalition, we stand firm in the belief that people need to be offered a place to go if a jurisdiction has to clear an encampment. The reality is that shelters are consistently running at maximum capacity with daunting waiting lists. They are also held to the standard of housing people from their beds, and people are bottlenecked at their doors. So everyone in the chat is right. We need more. We need more. There is no more pointing fingers at each other, waiting for someone else to make the first move. We have to do this together. The service provider network alone cannot solve homelessness, and the COC alone cannot solve homelessness. The county and the cities alone cannot solve homelessness. But do you know who can? All of us together. And for those out there that think that those people outside don't want help, or they don't want the responsibilities tied to being housing, you are wrong. Every year, the COC has to report to HUD the retention rate of permanent housing within our geographical region. Now, this is when our agencies place people into permanent supportive housing. And in last year, we had an incredible 98% retention. And pre-pandemic, because I know some of you guys are thinking, oh, that's because it was the pandemic. Pre-pandemic, we also were riding above 90% consistently for years. Permanent housing has the highest retention rate of all homeless interventions, as it should. Offering people a permanent place to call home is the only way to solve homelessness. And I also just want to address that while we're super housing focused, because that's what our plan says, there's many layers to homelessness, many layers. And there's the spectrum of people experiencing homelessness is very, very wide. So we have to work together to identify each one of those layers and each one of those populations so that we can customize the system to respond to those needs. And that is exactly what we're trying to do. And that is what we're asking you guys to do today, is we're here to join forces. One last thing I saw in the chat earlier in the Q&A, somebody had asked, what are we doing to help people who have bad credit? That is a huge problem. That is a huge problem in our community. So the coalition is working on a plan for us to build a landlord mitigation fund, so landlords can feel safe in renting and taking the risk of renting to a person with poor credit. So in the next Monterey County Gives, look for us, because we are definitely going to be asking the community to lean in and help provide that safety net for landlords and to help provide that safety net for the renters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roxanne and Maria, for this important panel. So while we've highlighted just a few buckets our region can pull from, there are so many more out there still, and we encourage you all to stay engaged in this topic. Check out the summit's list of additional resources and feel free to reach out to everybody. But as Roxanne and many of the panelists have already mentioned, this is a multi-pronged approach to sort of look at the continuum of that which is homelessness. So we appreciate everyone's time today. I also want to give a shout out to the interpreters who try to keep up with some of us who talk way too fast. So thank you for that reminder, because I'm one of those guilty, and we need to be always cognizant of that. So thank you for that reminder, and shout out to all of you for providing a very valuable service. We have a few minutes. I wanted to pose a question back to both of our panelists. What is the one thing you would like the community to take action on to move the needle forward? Like, what would that look like for you?
I'm probably going to steal Maria's, but if you own property, we need you to accept vouchers. There's so many vouchers that go unused, and vouchers are literally the only thing that can help people afford to live here if they live below a certain income. And if you know anything about the economics of Monterey County, the two biggest industries are what? Agriculture and hospitality. And neither one of those actually, pay people enough, although very, very important industries. So how do we acknowledge that this is a problem and come with a solution? And I appreciate MBEP for really pushing the employer-sponsored housing initiatives, because that is one of the multiple prongs that you mentioned that we can implement in our community. I'm sorry, Maria, I know I stole that from you.
Yes, but I do concur with Roxanne. I mean, that is, in order for the Housing Choice Voucher Program to be successful, we do need landlord participation in order to serve our families and our community. That is the main reason why a lot of our families are homeless. And if we do have the participation of landlords, I mean, I believe we would probably see a little light at the end of the tunnel. But our mission is to try to serve our community, our residents, our Monterey County residents, to be in housing.
Agreed completely. Well, here at MBEP, we're always encouraging further public-private partnership and broad stakeholder collaboration, I think that many have touched on. And we'd love to see more people get involved in local communities. And part of it is, showing to local government meetings, sharing support for funding various projects and programs. So that will bring more affordable housing online. And as a region, we've also been in the process of the 6th cycle housing element update. There's another workshop coming up for those who might be interested in San Benito County. Look for that info on MBEP's website. And there's a number of other sort of resources that were shared in the chat. Feel free to engage. There's a lot of things happening. There's another one happening on July 25th. The city of Pacific Grove is holding a housing elements workshop. Cities of Watsonville and Salinas are in the middle of their respective general specific plan. And I'm mentioning those because those are avenues or ways where one could insert your advocacy efforts, both as an individual, as an organization, to leverage resources and give voice to all of the issues that we have uplifted in these panels throughout this morning. So there's a lot of opportunity coming up at the local and the county level to be engaged within housing element workshops to specific plans and general plans. And it's a very pivotal moment, I think. And Dan mentioned this earlier, as did Graham in his talking points about pivotal moment for robust collaboration and community input within the municipalities, within the counties, the state, and the feds. The question is, how do we meet this moment and really leverage all the resources that are available to us? Again, thank you for everyone's participation. We just happen to be slightly ahead. I'm going to check to see if there is a question here. Someone asked a question about, are there vouchers that go unused, out of curiosity? That's a good question. Or do funds ever get, with all the funded vouchers, do any get used or left on the table?
We pretty much try to use all the vouchers that are allocated to the authority.
And there's another one here, which is really good about Section 8 housing process and the stigma associated with that. Are there strategies to expedite that? And we were having a conversation a few days ago about the appropriateness of how the language that we use.
I'm sorry, Tahara, I could barely hear you because of the music.
Oh, no problem. On that note, it looks like we have to transition, but I do want to thank all of you for your time, and especially everybody who's watching from home in their offices and being part of this conversation. Thanks for having me, and thanks for having the panel. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the panel as well. The conversation went so above just funding opportunities that are available, but really how and why the funding needs to be used. So thank you all again. Our next speaker is Lori Flores, who has served with the City of Fremont since 2017. She has overseen the implementation of Fremont's winter shelter, the Clean Start, the city's mobile hygiene program, and the sheltering of adults and families at the Islander Motel. This year, Lori launched the City of Fremont's host site safe parking program in response to 36% of the unhoused residents living in their vehicles. We're excited to have her here and to share some of her lessons learned. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you for the introduction. And good afternoon, Monterey and San Benito counties. I'm very grateful and honored to be presenting amongst this incredible community of experts and advocates. Again, I'm Lori Flores, the Homeless Services Manager for the City of Fremont. It is a new position for Fremont, and to briefly summarize my responsibility, it's to work with many stakeholders in Fremont and Alameda County, both housed and unhoused, to address concerns related to homelessness and to oversee programs to help resolve an individual's or a family's homelessness. I am going to be talking specifically about our safe parking host site program, and to echo some of the themes we've heard, especially to Roxanne's point about sometimes our programs have to focus on keeping people safe and healthy and reconnecting them to the community and providers, and that's really the aim of the safe parking program. So next slide, please. Safe parking is one tool to address the crisis in our region. In Alameda County, there are only enough housing resources to support 36% of those experiencing homelessness. In 2018, Fremont joined many Bay Area municipalities, I'll slow down, in declaring a shelter crisis. It's not only an acknowledgement of the challenges we face as a society, but it's also provided a framework to develop and provide creative shelter and interim housing programs. This includes our Housing Navigation Center, which we opened in 2020. Our most current data available from the 2022 point in time count that was just released last month shows us that Fremont had a 68% increase in homelessness in the past 3 years. The majority of our unsheltered residents live in vehicles, and our baseline understanding is that there are over 500 inhabited vehicles on our streets. Resolving homelessness requires our community to come together to understand and help resolve this problem. And you will see later in the presentation that at the heart of the host site program is capacity building for non-traditional program providers and community integration for our site guests and volunteers. Fremont's implementation of the Safe Parking Host Site program reaffirmed the city's commitment to implementing tools to address the crisis. Next slide, please. So I'd like to briefly share our timeline for how we arrived at the launch of our current program. We understood since 2019 that majority of our unsheltered residents lived in vehicles. Council directed us as staff to conduct research on safe parking options in 2020. We learned from many communities that safe parking can take different forms. We visited sites and spoke with experts in San Diego, Santa Barbara, Mountain View, Saratoga, Oakland, and Union City. And I just wanted to provide that list to let you know I'm by far not an expert on this. We spoke with many experts in this type of program. Our initial presentation to council in February 2021 was a recommendation for a three-prong approach, which included a 24-hour RV parking site, a host site rotational model, and a managed street parking program. Council directed us to move forward with the host site model. For the next 6 months, we conducted workshops with our faith-based partners who have historically supported our unsheltered residents through winter shelter, meal programs, and hosting our mobile hygiene unit. Together, we developed the foundation of an ordinance and program design, which were approved in June and July of 2021, respectively. The Safe Parking Host Site Ordinance allows faith-based and public parking lots to host people living in their vehicles for a minimum of 10 hours a night. Through our ongoing dialogue with representatives of local faith communities, we agreed to pilot a rotational model where multiple sites could acquire a permit and share the responsibility of hosting on a monthly basis. Next slide, please. So there are multiple components to be able to launch our program. We have the ordinance that I just described. We had to get the zoning standards approved. Next, an interested entity like a church may be interested in hosting. They would have to go through an administrative process to acquire a permit. And then if they want to participate in our rotational program, they would enter in a memorandum of understanding with the city. And then finally, we developed a criteria and screening process for safe parkers at the heart of the program, the guests who are actually going to be using the program. Next slide, please. So I'll try to briefly go over the zoning permissions. Previously, safe parking was not a defined or allowed use in our code, which means that it was not effectively allowed on any private land. The ordinance allows safe parking host sites as an accessory use to private assembly uses and quasi-public facilities. So that includes nonprofit educational, religious, recreational, charitable, or medical institutions. It also authorizes safe parking on public facilities that are not already authorized. Obtaining a safe parking permit is a type of conditional use permit where city staff can administratively grant a permit as long as the site conditions meet the ordinance standards. This means that safe parking permit applicants do not need to go before council for approval, nor are they required to notice surrounding neighbors. The schedule of our program is intentionally not shared with the public, but only those enrolled in the program, and this is for two reasons: to protect the privacy, safety, and confidentiality of our participants, and to prevent any unauthorized vehicles from coming on site. Next slide, please. For a church or a host site to receive a permit, they have to conform to certain standards. And in collaboration with our faith-based working group, we decided to allow host sites to set the specific hours of operation themselves and to accommodate other evening or morning activities on the site. They could choose to be open for more than 10 hours a night, and one of our site has chosen to be available for 24 hours a day. Up to 20 vehicles can park on a single site at once, and there are some behavioral standards such as quiet hours and prohibitions on fire risky activities that are enforced. Next slide. Next, I'd like to briefly go over the basic requirements from our program for our program participants. I also refer to them as site guests. There's two main criteria. One is an affiliation to Fremont, Newark, or Union City, as we often partner with our neighboring cities. And the way we determine an affiliation is if they've previously been housed in our cities, if they are employed or go to school, if they have family ties, or if they receive their physical or mental health services in the city. The second criteria is an enrollment in supportive service programs. I do want to recognize that some of our requirements are more stringent than other programs. This is because we were intentional to include many community stakeholders in the process towards implementation to really increase their support and involvement in the program. The second requirement listed here, we've actually waived it because it's supportive services are minimal in our community. And once someone is enrolled in our safe parking program, we in the Human Services Department meet with them to understand their needs and their goals. And then we start to connect them with appropriate services. And so we pivoted to really make this program a front door approach to services rather than requiring someone already be tied to case management, for example, or housing navigation. This also has helped us really build relationships and trust with our site guests. Next slide, please. So referrals can come from many sources, mostly our supportive service agencies. Here I listed our local agencies are Abode, BACS, and Bay Area Community Health. We also we receive referrals from multiple city staff in our police department, our code enforcement, environmental services, host site themselves or churches can send us referrals. And then anyone who's interested or needs the help can contact us as well, and we'll do an assessment. We do have a prioritization of referrals because the need is great in our community. So we prioritize individuals who are 62 and older, those that are employed or enrolled in school, and then families with minor children. You'll see in parentheses, it says site preference. And I just want to clarify at this time, our sites are only serving adults over 18. And currently the host sites are not accepting RVs, just passenger vehicles. But we are hoping to expand to both families and RVs. And we continue to outreach to new prospective host sites. And we continue to inform the public on the opportunities to participate in this program. Next slide. So through the development of our program, we had to create some screening criteria. Because people are in vehicles, it was identified that they need to have a valid California driver's license, current insurance and registration. However, we understand that you have to make a lot of decisions when you're living in a vehicle, when you're living outside. And oftentimes insurance and registration are not a priority over other needs like medical or meals. So we implemented a 45-day grace period. Someone may enter our program without current insurance and registration, but we do support them in becoming current on those documents and requirements. And we've utilized what we developed as the Vehicle Assistance Fund. Vehicles must be able to drive on and off the site daily. They must be owner occupied. And then finally, we do search everyone in the national and California sex registry database. This was really important for our community. And we work closely with our police department. We've supported many of our guests with registration insurance fees and also car repairs to help their car remain operable. Through the generosity of our community, we've been able to provide weekly gas vouchers as part of the program because gas is very expensive and it's a requirement to move either monthly or daily. And so we want to make sure that they don't have to worry about paying for gas. And again, we work closely with our police department to verify the sex registry information. And this partnership has helped host sites and volunteers participate in this program. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we develop a memorandum of understanding between the city and the host sites, really to identify the roles and responsibilities of each party. So prior to accepting vehicles on site, the city and host site agree through this memorandum of understanding. The host site must designate a point person accessible overnight, but they don't need to physically be on site overnight. And the city covers the liability insurance with no additional cost to the city. We also provide overall coordination of the program. Potable water tanks, hand washing stations, porta potties, and dumpsters are all available on site. We've also provided fire extinguishers, CO2 alarms, solar phone chargers, anything that we can get to help people as they are spending the night on our sites. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to give some updates for where we are at with safe parking today. We launched on January 31st. At this time, we have 4 host sites that are fully permitted and continuing to participate in our rotation. I mentioned to the development of the Vehicle Assistance Fund, and it's been extremely helpful in our community to help people make those car repairs, provide them the gas vouchers for transportation, and to help them become current on their insurance registration. And we've even helped people who might not be currently enrolled, but become current on their license and have a valid driver's license. So far, we've served over 20 individuals, and 3 of them have moved on from our program into permanent housing. And we are serving single adults and couples seeking safety and consistency. Our program participants include seniors who can no longer afford to rent, adults who are working to increase their income to make rent, and women fleeing domestic violence. Our current set of hosts have really embraced the program through hospitality services like breakfast, dinners, meal vouchers, gas vouchers, adopt a car efforts, and one even held a sleepover to get to know the guests better. We do not have an overnight monitor and have not experienced the need for one, as the parking guests have really demonstrated that they take ownership of the space and really look out for each other. So next slide. On the screen, you'll see some quotes from our volunteers, but I want to let you know this program did not go without some community opposition, especially from neighborhoods, especially from a neighborhood of a future host site church. Together with the church, we hosted a targeted community meeting with a very vocal opposition. After that meeting, I decided to drive past our current site at the time and found a very quiet neighborhood with all the cars parked next to each other voluntarily. And having that perspective really helped because, you know, sometimes we hear a lot of negativity and opposition, and just had to come to that perspective that people are safe and they are building a community together in this program. So again, these are some testaments from our volunteers. One said, "It was a joy helping the homeless. It made me feel so blessed to help them. My heart was so overjoyed with happiness. It was great having conversations with them and learning about them." The next one, "I was nervous at first, wasn't bringing a fancy meal, but when I asked what they might like to eat next time, a guest said we're grateful for anything. I was grateful for the chance to get to know them a bit. There are plenty of ways to donate food and money to people who are hungry, but to sit and hear snippets about their lives and loved ones touched my heart." And so I'd also like to share some footage with you of the pastor who was at the pastor of the church that received the most neighborhood opposition. She's been a very strong advocate, and despite that opposition, they still successfully hosted for the month of June. And we have a clip of the video that we are currently under production. We want to publish it soon at the end of summer as another way to educate the public on the program, the people we serve, and a call to action for more participation, more volunteers, more host sites. And and then I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
This program has really helped us as a church. It has very much connected us with the city of Fremont. It has connected us with our neighbors and our neighborhood, and not always in easy ways, to be honest. Some of our neighbors weren't too excited that we would host a program like that, but they came, we had tough conversations, and in the end, we are hosting the program, and our neighbors now know who we are, they know what we stand for, and they know that there's a church in this neighborhood that really wants to help unhoused neighbors. And some of the neighbors actually started volunteering with us and helping us with hospitality. This program has also really made us aware of what's going on in our parking lot at night. We knew before that there were some people walking around, maybe doing things they shouldn't do, but we didn't monitor it. And now we actually know because the participants watch out and they will report in the mornings what happened. They tell us who drove by, what kids or youth maybe did some, things. And so it has actually increased our safety for our own church and our parking lot. And it has also really connected us to other faith communities. We have strong partnerships now with the other participating churches, with volunteers from other churches. So it's really helped us to grow into the community at large.
Thank you all, and I'm available for any questions if we have the time.
All right. Thank you, Lori. Really appreciate it. I do think that there was one question here, specifically about the program. Can you explain the rotation element of the host program?
Yes. So the permit, I just want to talk about, maybe separate between what the permit is and what the rotational model is, because if there were a church, for example, that wants to host, they can get a permit to host from the city, and they could really develop their own appropriate hours and how they want to serve independently from the Human Services Department. What we heard from our faith community is they have a desire to help. They have small congregations, and they're concerned about taking on the responsibility of like a 6-month or a year-long program. So they said, if we have partners, we'd like to host a month at a time. And so that's what we did. We started outreaching to our different faith communities, and they said, sorry, I saw a comment about water. So they agreed, this group of 4, that at a month at a time, they'll host maybe overnight. And I said one even did it 24 hours a day. And so on a monthly basis, they'll go to the next site. So for June, we have one site, and then they'll rotate July to the next site.
Thank you, Lori, for taking some time to answer that question. I do see that there's some other questions in the chat and the Q&A if you want to step in there and possibly answer some more of those questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lori. Thank you again for sharing everything that the city of Fremont is doing. We're excited to look from afar and see what you all are doing. Next up, we have Todd Lipka from Step Up. Finding solutions to the housing crisis is not an easy task, as we've talked about today. Step Up has stepped up to the challenge of finding innovative solutions to the lack of housing throughout the nation. They are known as one of the first organizations to kick off hotel acquisition as a solution. In our community alone, they have acquired 4 motels, adding over 200 permanent housing units that can serve up to 500 chronically homeless individuals. Todd Lipka will dig into why Home Key is such an important tool in implementing the housing first approach to addressing chronic homelessness. Welcome, Todd.
Thank you so much, Genevieve. And it's great to be here. Just by way of background, Step Up is a 40-year-old organization. And where across the country, we focus on those who are chronically homeless, especially those with serious mental illness and serious mental health issues who've been on the street for a long time. We're across the country and quite unusual because we're a housing developer and a service provider, which you don't often see. So I'm going to talk about addressing chronic homelessness with housing. Just a few introductory comments. First, Step Up is just very grateful and fortunate to be working with many of your communities. As Genevieve said, we have 4 Homekey projects, 3 in Salinas, and 1 in King City, and a pending project for Fremont that has not yet been approved by HCD. So we're very focused on scaling housing. Now, when we talk about the chronic, HUD defines that as somebody who's been homeless for a year or more. So as you can imagine, the chronic population is a very non-homogeneous population because it includes individuals who've been on the street for a year and a day, and it includes individuals who've been homeless for 40 years. It's a very disparate group. But what we can say is that when we talk about the chronic population, is that because these individuals have been on the street for a long time, and we're talking about individuals a couple years or more, that we know that that's going to be accompanied, and their chronic homelessness is due to some sort of disability, whether it's a mental health issue, a physical health issue, an addiction issue, or an interplay of 2 or all 3 of those issues. So we know that if there's not a disability, there's some issues that led to their being on the street. They're going to have to be addressed in housing. And when I talk about housing in this context, then, and we've heard this throughout the morning, we're talking about permanent supportive housing, which is housing infused with rich supportive services. So let's dive in a little bit to that. Next slide, please. We know, having done this for many, many decades, that you have to have housing and the services, and that's what leads to success. In fact, if you have housing, you put somebody who's chronically homeless into housing, but you don't provide any of the services, or you don't maintain those services over time, you're really setting that individual up for failure. Because we know with the chronic population, they're going to need ongoing services because of their disability for many, many years. So the outcomes we're looking for in housing a chronic population is not that they get this housing and this service for a while, and then they address their issues, move out, and move into getting a full-time job and a sustainable living in that sort of sense. For many of the chronic population, what we're talking about, the outcome is continued stability in housing over a long period of time. Housing without services sets someone up for failure, but what we also see often are services for the chronic population without a housing resource. And if you provide services without the housing, you're really never solving someone's fundamental problem that they have no home. So we do know that infusing rich supportive services with the housing is the solution. And in fact, in PSH, permanent supportive housing across the country, many provider organizations enjoy an 85% retention rate or so. And when I talk about retention rate, I'm talking about a year after someone's been housed, are they still in housing? 85% succeed. Step up rate is 97%. That is 97% of those who are housed, even those chronically homeless, are still housed a year later. And we look at a year because that's really a critical time period, that if they succeed in that first year, the tendency is very strong that they will continue to succeed in housing. So if someone's going to fail, it's going to be through the first several months, and certainly more likely through the first year. Next slide, please. So if housing is a key resource, an essential resource to addressing chronic homelessness, and when we talk about chronic, we're talking about not only complex issues that they're dealing with, but we're also talking about the people that ricochet across your most expensive city and county systems of care: police, sheriffs, courts, going to the ER, jail, prisons. They're typically going and interacting with those most expensive systems of care. So with the housing production, we're talking about a system that is completely broken from my perspective. The traditional housing finance system, where you're talking about tax credits, you're talking about layered financing, not only from tax credits, but from the federal government, from the state government, maybe from the city and the county government. It's a system that was built when homelessness had a much different complexion in our communities. It wasn't catastrophic as it is now. And so as a result, this housing production system is really built around reducing the financial risk of the investors of the government systems. It's not built around how do you create housing quickly and inexpensively. So in the traditional housing finance development system, in Los Angeles, and we heard this in other communities here in Monterey County, it's just way too expensive. 5, 6, even 700,000 per unit. And that can even be on something like a motel conversion for a studio unit. Also in the traditional system, it just takes too long because the priority is minimizing the risk to the government investors. You have to tie up a property for maybe 6 to 12 months while you secure permanent financing. It takes a while to go through all your due diligence, construction. It's literally 5 to 6 years from soup to nuts where you create housing. And with the numbers we're talking about in your counties and in the counties across California, and in fact, in cities across the country, developing housing at hundreds of thousands of units per many years of production, it's just an ineffectual solution. We dribble out these units in projects. You know, for every single project in the traditional housing finance system, let's say it's 50 units, those 50 units will be life-saving support for those 50 individuals. But meanwhile, in your communities, there may be 2, 3, 4, or even 5 times more people that need this type of housing during that development cycle for the housing. Next slide. So if the key is housing and the existing housing production system is broken, the issue is, how do we think about scaling? How do we get to scaling? Because in just about every community, as you've heard today, the fundamental problem is there aren't enough units and resources. So how do we scale? And one of the pathways we've been working on for the past 15 years is motel conversions as a pathway to scaling. You've heard so much about HomeKey. I had the honor of presenting the motel conversion model that we had to the governor in his first year in office. And I like to think that that was part of the genesis of HomeKey. And HomeKey has just been an unbelievably successful program because it's changed the arc of this housing production system. And it's been an innovation now that's being copied by HUD and the federal government. So let's talk a little bit more about motels. Next slide, please. Why do motels make good conversions as opposed to ground up or major rehab of existing structures? Well, for the first, motels are in almost every city and county across the country. And because they're in commercial or urban areas, they're near where homeless people live. And we know that most homeless people, if they get housing, they want to live in the same community that they've been homeless in. A motel, by virtue of having overnight guests, but no, in almost all cases, no permanent residents, you bypass all these relocation issues, which can be very complicated and also contribute to the expense of the project. Motel units convert easily into a studio apartment. What we do is do a complete refresh of the units. We drop a kitchenette in there, a microwave, maybe 2-burner, a refrigerator. We may add a second sink, put in apartment furniture, and voila, you have a studio apartment with a kitchenette and a full bathroom. So it converts easily. Now you may need to do things like replace the roof or replace the electrical panel because The power load is going to be stronger with people living there full time as opposed to motel guests, but it's still relatively an easy conversion. And because they're in communities that are commercial typically and on main thoroughfares, there's pretty good access to the amenities and transportation resources. So that's really good. And if you think about the motels, they're usually facing inward from the street. So it almost by design creates a sense of community that you can leverage in the motel conversion. And for us, when you're thinking about housing chronically homeless individuals, housing really becomes a means to the end. And the end is that people feel like they belong to a community. And the more communities and connections they feel once they're housed, then the more they feel connected and they belong, and the more likely their retention rate is, and they'll succeed in housing. And of course, since they're in commercial districts and usually not residential districts, either high or low density residential, they're less likely to be attacked by a sense of NIMBYism of not in my backyard by local neighbors. And even more so if you can take out what is typically a nuisance motel where there are, that PD or sheriffs are often called to these sites, that's often a better use for permanent supportive housing than what the motel was. And certainly because chronically homeless individuals don't own cars, it's going to reduce on the traffic and congestion. I have to say, one of the things I'm proudest of, we did a motel conversion in Hollywood that we bought the building in 2009 and it opened in 2013. And this is a very special project because it's near Hollywood and Vine, the famous intersection. And it's noteworthy for a couple reasons. It's a LEED and it has the highest level of LEED certification. It's a platinum LEED building, so it's very, very green. It's got a rooftop aeroponic garden. And when we opened it in 2013, we had President Clinton and Kobe and Vanessa Bryant attend the opening, and they supported the project. So it's a very special project. But actually what makes this project most special relative to this point of NIMBYism is it's actually located immediately next door to an LA Unified Preschool. And it's 1 block away from the Vine Elementary School. And because we were taking individuals from the streets around the school, the chronically homeless individuals who were sleeping in the alleyways, sleeping in the parking lots of a gas station, and we housed them, both schools supported the project from the day we opened in 2013 and continue to support the project. That's a pretty cool accomplishment to have schools, and PTAs are usually the most vocal opponents to these kinds of projects, to both support this project. Next slide, please. The Home Key really has been the proof of concept on motel conversions as a scalable solution to creating housing. So if you look at the bottleneck system before Home Key of housing production, and I like to compare Home Key to, in Los Angeles, the city of LA passed Proposition HHH. That was $1 billion bond to create 10,000 units of housing. It was passed in 2016. And compare that with Home Key, the first round, which was last year in 2021. Home Key allocation was about 750 million, and it created 6,000 units at a little over an average of 150,000 a unit. And because the governor really had the foresight to waive the CEQA and also the change of zoning for the motel, it really streamlined the project. So many projects are open. And within a year and a half or so, 6,000 units have been created by the first round of Home Key at not $150, but $150,000 per unit. HHH was $1 billion to create 10,000 units, passed in 2016. We have 7 HHH projects, but because HHH was the typical one layer of funding, it was about 150,000 per unit as well. But because the units were costing 500,000 and 600,000, it was just one source in the capital stack. Here we are in 2022, some 6 years later, and a couple thousand units of HomeKey have opened. So compare about the same budget, 750 million for HomeKey, $1 billion for HHH, 6,000 units in about a year and a half for HomeKey versus probably 2,000 to 2,500 units for HHH. HHH average cost was probably about 600 to 650,000 per unit. Now the comparison is not completely fair because HomeKey is across California and the acquisition cost was less, but still we're talking about something that might be a third of the cost of traditional housing production and about a third of the time frame to get it done. And as we look to the 2022 round, which will open in October, the budget allocation will create some 13,000 units. So HomeKey really has been very, very successful. And I heard one of the other speakers talk about the governor's commitment of 4.5 billion. I think actually over 3 years, it might be a total allocation of 12 billion. So this is really an unprecedented commitment of resources to solve homelessness in its many aspects across the state. And it maybe even was something that made the federal government stand up and take notice. And as some of you may know, in the recent ARP funds specifically designated for home, in the, I think it was 5 billion, motel conversions were called out as one of the allowable uses of that funding. So motel conversions have really made their mark as a way to convert faster and cheaper and at scale in a way that no other housing finance system or production method has been able to do. And it's been done in many of your communities and across the state in both major cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego. It's been done in rural communities. It's been done in suburban communities. So it's really a proof of concept that almost any community can create a HomeKey. Not every community, but almost any community can do that. So we're in fact in conversations with other states and other cities outside of California about doing a HomeKey-like project, which is an innovative system that I'll maybe talk a little bit later about. So HomeKey really is showing that you can scale through motel conversions faster, less expensively, and to create an unprecedented number of units that really was never considered possible before. The key components of HomeKey, it's I would say a 4-legged stool, but you could summarize it to a 3-legged stool. It's acquisition and rehab of the motel, that's one stool. Supportive service and the vouchers, that's the third. A successful motel conversion, i.e. HomeKey or any type of motel conversion, will include a source of funding for the acquisition and rehab. It will include a source of funding for the vouchers, a commitment of vouchers, and it could be project-based, but it could also be tenant-based. So we've seen both applied in HomeKey and also motel conversions. And most importantly, it's going to be a stream of funding for the supportive services. In the step-up model, we put a full-time staff in the motel, in an office in the motel, for every 15 to 20 tenants. So in a 50-unit project, you'll have 3 or 4 full-time staff, and their role is simply to work day-to-day with all the tenants. They'll work with them through the first several months on what we call ADLs, activities of daily living, cooking, shopping, cleaning. You'd be amazed that individuals have been living on the street for years or even decades. It often takes them a year before they actually sleep in their bed. We had one woman who, the first time she vacuumed her apartment, she thought she'd ruined the rug because the vacuum wheels made tracks in the rug, and she thought it had ruined the rug. We had another tenant who she had stayed in a shelter for a long time before she moved into one of our units, and she would get up every day and get out of the house at 6 o'clock and go do various things or wait in various areas. And we finally said to her, you're so used to having to get out of the shelter every morning early, but you have your own home. You can actually sleep in. You don't have to leave your apartment. So it's really, there's a smoothing and adjustment process that happens for these individuals where they have to almost unlearn the survival skills that enable them to stay alive on the street. But those survival skills in a state of homelessness are actually counterproductive to the skills you need once you move into housing. So the service staff are going to work with these individuals on a day-to-day basis on cooking, cleaning, shopping, and establishing a sense of connection in their own community. And they'll do cooking classes with them. We'll run cooking classes if there's a kitchen in the motel. So these staff are just working day to day intensively on a 1 to 15 or 1 to 20 tenant basis on all those issues. And then as they progress, they take on more of a service coordinator role. That is, they're going to not only provide services directly to those individuals, but connect them into the community services. If they're getting mental health services, if they're getting physical health, getting them transportation to those, connecting them, volunteer work, maybe going back to school at some point after they stabilize, whatever services they need is what we'll connect them to. And in our case, we also do property management. And that's not a separate funding stream because that's usually funded in the operating budget of the motel. That's funded by the vouchers. So that you have the resident manager who lives there 24/7. And if it's over 75 units, there are probably going to be 2 live-in resident managers. And they're really doing traditional property management functions. They're collecting the rents, they're handling maintenance, but they, in most of our projects, they are step-up staff. And there we see them as part of the treatment team. Property management works with services to ensure the success of each tenant, and each has their own function. Of course, services is going to be completely supportive of the tenant. Property management has the ability to invoke compliance because they have the threat of eviction in order to secure compliance by a tenant who may be struggling with some issues. I have to tell you though that evictions are a rare thing in our projects and in most projects, because the fact of the matter is, if you've been on the street for years, well, it may not seem like it because individuals have given up hope because they've never been given the single most important thing that they've wanted, which is a home and a sense of belonging. They've given up on that. So they've become hardened to these outreach and attempts to connect with them if there's not a housing resource attached to it. If you can provide housing to people who've been on the street, and we've housed people even 30 and 40 years of homelessness, I can assure you, 98% of those individuals want this housing. It's just that they've been so disappointed for so long. We have a project in Santa Monica. It's on Colorado and 5th Street, and it's a new construction. It opened in 2014, and it's actually, if you look out the front window, the Metro Rail station terminates right at the Santa Monica Pier. You have views of the Metro Rail, you have views of the Santa Monica Pier, and you actually have views of the Pacific Ocean. And I was giving someone from the editorial board of the LA Times a tour of the project, and we were standing on the balcony looking out. She said, "What do I say to my readers who say, I'm middle class, I can't even afford to live in Santa Monica, let alone have ocean views from my apartment. What do you say to my readers who may say, well, why should a homeless person be entitled to get that kind of resource? So my response to her was, if you think about this person who's been on the street for years because of some physical or mental health issue, and whatever happened years ago that led them onto the street, we failed to intervene in their lives to give them the help that they needed at that time. And as a result, their lives devolved into a state of misery and homelessness for years and years, and maybe even decades. And now, after decades of homelessness and lost hope, we actually blame them. And we say they're the problem. They're resistant to our services. So now we failed them as a system to get the help they needed. As a result, their lives devolved into homelessness, and now we blame them. Those are the very people who are most deserving, from my perspective, of this sort of housing. Next slide, please. So the lessons learned on solving chronic homelessness through housing is you can't solve homelessness, whether it's short-term homelessness or chronic homelessness, unless you have the units. I mean, we've talked about a variety of solutions from safe parking, shelters, interim housing, but for the chronic population, you're going to need permanent units, and they're going to need to be permanent supportive units. And unfortunately, systemically, housing production does not match the need for housing. And the whole model is antiquated. And in fact, if you look at the housing finance systems and you look at the service systems, they are compartmentalized and siloed. We, in many cases, don't combine those for the chronic population, those funding and financing systems, even though we know they go together and we know that it's essential for them to go together. So most providers who work with homeless people have to go out and find some housing resources, and housing resources, whether it's vouchers or developers who build housing, have to go out and look for service partners. So they're very siloed systems. They should be integrated. So even that silo of those systems makes it even more challenging. And the housing development finance model is just really, it's an antiquated tool. It's something that no longer matches the need and the scale that we've been experiencing in so many of our cities and counties in terms of people who need this sort of help. And although it's evident when you're serving a chronically homeless population, services should always be not parried, but paired with housing services. We're a full-blown mental health organization, so we have psychiatrists, we have clinical social workers who work with tenants. And I know other mental health agencies that they send their teams out, their clinicians out, they talk with a homeless person, they give them therapy on the street. And when the session is done, the homeless person goes and crawls back in the bushes, and the clinician goes back to their office and think they've accomplished their job. Homelessness should always be paired, the services should always be paired with housing. And since we know what to do and we know how to do it, that is, housing plus services equals permanent supportive housing, we know that that works. So the only issue facing our communities is, how do we scale this housing? Motel conversions are one of the clear solutions because of HomeKey and its great success. Maybe though, as the motel units won't be an inexhaustible supply, but maybe office parks, readaptive use of office parks, maybe of malls, modular housing, shipping containers. We as an industry have to be thinking about, in the future, what are the other pathways to scaling, because things are not getting better on the homeless population. They're only going to continue to get worse if we don't intervene to scale up the number of units that's commensurate with the chronically homeless population that needs it. Maybe I'll go to the Q&A chat. And from Peter Hiller, Peter says, given the different infrastructure needs, do you foresee your program developing to include vacant office buildings as possible housing units? Hey, thanks very much, Peter. Yes, as I just mentioned, I think we have to think about all those resources. Motels are a huge supply, tens of thousands of units, but we have to think about all the pathways that will help us to get to scaling. And finally, from Esther Malkin, how can hotel tourist areas be prohibited from other surrounding hotels from joining together to keep out a possible conversation? Commercial NIMBYism. That's if you would give up a tourist dollars in the first place. Yeah, I think the taxes that are generated from hotels are a concern in some communities. It certainly was in Pacific Grove when we were exploring the possibility of doing a home key project there. We actually have not found that other motel owners band up against us. First of all, motels are never an on-market sale. They're always off-market. And oftentimes what we find is, we're not talking about the higher level motels. We're talking about the lower level motels. And often that's a family-owned property. And that motel owner may own some others, and they're looking to trade up to sell that motel to go into a slightly higher valued property, motel property. So we've found other motel owners and other adjacent property owners pretty receptive once they have an understanding of what we're doing. And then from Jill Allen, does Step Up partner with local homeless service agencies to operate their expanding properties network? Well, one of the key areas that we work with the local provider network, as you may know, HUD has required each continuum of care to set up a coordinated entry system, or CES. So we work in every community with the local CES system, which are all the homeless service provider organizations who are referring homeless individuals. The individuals we typically draw for those units come from the CES referral, and then our staff on site are providing the services to them, and they're also coordinating those services with that other organization who we hope is going to continue to provide services to that tenant once they move into that housing. So yeah, we're always highly coordinating and engaging with the local service providers to provide additional support services to these tenants.
Todd, I'm going to thank you so much. This is Wendy Rudascu. What a phenomenal presentation. The information is actionable. The out-of-the-box thinking, I think, is just really inspirational and tells us that we can think differently about how we respond to and overcome the challenges. It's an honor to have you join us today and to be working with our community. Before we go to our closing statements, and I've got some, I think, good closing statements for us, I wanted to share a video that just celebrates one of our local success stories. And we can roll the video and then circle back for some closing comments.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Singh. I'm a single 45-year-old woman and mother to 4 beautiful boys. I've also been homeless for the past 3 years. I struggled with addiction, which is how I became homeless. Thankfully, 3 of my children are adults, so I only had 1 young child to care for, and he was staying with my grandparents during my times being homeless. While living in my car and in a tent and even under a bridge, it was the hardest, darkest times of my life. I finally made a decision to surrender my addiction, and on October 5th, 2021, I went into the Sun Street programs in King City, and that's where I was lined up with the Housing Resource Center. And prior to that, I had also obtained a housing voucher through the grace of God, the emergency set-aside voucher, so I thought from there that finding housing would be simple, and little did I know it would not be. I was turned down by countless property management companies. And so here I am with a voucher and a company to back me up, and I'm still homeless. It was really, really hard to find a home. So then I decided, after graduating through the Sun Street Center programs, the HRC put me up into a hotel for 5 weeks. And then after that, I was once again homeless. So now I am not only sober, being homeless again, I'm on my own. Really hard to be living in your car and being able to go to work, to be able to provide for yourself. Where do you put your work clothes? Where do you get ready at? I decided to go to a shelter, a homeless shelter, and I was really uncomfortable with doing that, but it turned out being the best decision of my life. The Bay Area Share Center found me a home after a month of being there, and it was all because one landlord said yes and gave me a chance. And now I'm not homeless anymore. I've reunited with my children, and I couldn't be more grateful.
Jennifer, thank you for sharing your story. What a phenomenal success story, and telling of the number of community partners that all have to work together to get people back into housing. It's not a simple path, but I had the honor of meeting Jennifer and hearing her story personally, and I'm just really, really grateful for you for sharing it today with us, Jennifer. So in closing, I just want to acknowledge that we have made tremendous progress in recent years to increase affordable housing, to increase shelter beds, and to really increase services that meet people where they are when they need our help. And today, as we wrap up this Homeless Summit, I want to thank for a moment you, every single one of you. We've got 244 people still on the line with us today. You give me hope that we can do more. You are the champions that we need to ensure that every single one of our neighbors has safe and secure housing. Thank you for spending your morning with us and for committing and continuing to commit to this work. It's because of our collective efforts that we're going to make progress. And I'll admit, though, that it is hard to celebrate success when so many of our neighbors remain unhoused and in crisis. And so many more of our neighbors struggle to sustain housing. The numbers are shocking when you look at them, and it's indicative that we have so much more work ahead of us. One message I heard from all of our speakers today is that we need all hands on deck, aligned and working together to implement our plans. Deputy Secretary Wickrema opened our summit today, explaining that the state is committed to funding solutions. They are funding solutions in our local communities. We need to be prepared to apply for and spend these funds. Roxanne Wilson shared the 5-year plan that is in place to guide our work. We need all 12 cities to adopt this plan and commit to its implementation. Angela, Donna, Stacy, Kai, and Grant helped us know more about our neighbors experiencing homelessness, reminding us that we are talking about real people with real needs. I'm thrilled that CSAC Director Graham Noss was able to join us today. He identified a very real barrier to our success, the lack of a defined responsibilities for cities and counties. We cannot continue pointing fingers at other jurisdictions. We must ask ourselves, our cities, our counties, and our state to help us define these responsibilities. King City Mayor Labar and Salinas Community Development staff emphasized the need to build community support for homeless solutions in advance of being able to ask for and use the funds available to us. We need to have clear leadership and direction from city councils to help staff do this work effectively. Our Monterey Bay Economic Partnership Executive Director, Tara Guerra, mapped out some of the work underway to increase our supply of affordable housing. If you're not already signed up with the MBEP Housing Action Center, please do so. Maria Medina Madeira from the Housing Authority explained the voucher program and the demands upon it, which can't be met if we don't have property owners willing to accept these government-backed funds. This afternoon, we heard from Lori Flores from the city of Fremont, who inspired us to think beyond typical shelter beds. Safe parking programs have proven to be very successful. We have a small safe parking programs operating here in Monterey County, but we have a desperate need for additional sites and city partners to meet the current need for these programs. I hope you've been taking notes because I do have a quick pop quiz for you in our final minutes of this summit. You'll be reassured to know that there isn't a right or wrong answer, but I will ask you to jot your answers into the chat if you're still with me. So first question, has your city council taken action yet to adopt the 5-year plan? Does your city ordinance allow for safe parking programs? Who on your city staff is preparing to apply for upcoming Home Key project funds? How many shelter beds are available in your city? What is the emergency shelter overlay map for your city? And where are the additional shelter locations identified? Are you on the mailing list yet to get updates from the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers? And have you had a chance to take a look at the state's toolkit for homeless services and communities? Tons of great information available on the state toolkit. So I'll just leave you with those questions, some follow-up activities for us all to work on. To wrap us up, I want to give a huge thank you to our summit sponsors, the County of Monterey, the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, the Community Foundation for Monterey County, Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. I am forever grateful to the team that has worked so hard behind the scenes to make today possible. You know who you are, Yuri. Thank you. Most importantly, please keep asking questions. Please continue to keep learning and help us keep building these relationships that are so necessary to advancing real solutions. We know what we need to do. We can do this. Thank you for being a part of the solution.